join us on YouTube for the live scoring of Utah Children's Outdoor Recreation Education. It's going to be a compelling day. Well, I just want to say welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I can stand up for being a little bit easier. Really appreciate everybody taking the time over the last couple of weeks. You've done a lot of really good work, and reading your comments has been inspiring to see how much time and effort you've taken into scoring these grants. So thank you so much again for being here. Let's do just a recap of everybody in the room, just so we're aware of names when we do the voting and approving. Maureen here is going to be taking motions when we do that, so it'll help her a little bit to get to know you guys a little bit better. I'm Caroline, obviously. I'm excited to get to work together with you guys today on this scoring. And so why don't we start online, actually, and then we'll come back to the room. So Ryan and Amanda, do you want to just remind us who you are?
I'll jump in. Ryan Baldwin. I'm with Intermountain Health and the foundation here. And Patrick, I see you in there. Good to see you. It's been a couple of years. I wanted to be there in person. I'm sorry. I really appreciate Caroline being so flexible, and thank you very much.
Yeah, Amanda Rowland. Thanks also for the opportunity to be a part of the team this year. Really exciting projects to review. I work at Zion National Park. My background, I'm the program manager for Interp and Visitor Services. So I also apologize for having to join you remotely. Much rather be there in person. But I have a very important middle school play to attend for a 7th grader. So I know we think we're all important, but that 7th grader, she kind of tells me what to do. So that's my niece. So the Butterscotch Saloon, in case you're wondering what quality musical you're missing. So, but yeah, happy to be here. Thanks again.
Thanks so much, Amanda. And Ryan told me that he was starting a new job this week. So on top of all the things, thanks, Ryan, for still doing this when your life is in flux. And Amanda, we totally support the Butterscotch Saloon participation. So awesome. We'll start this way with Jason.
Okay. Well, good morning, Jason Curry, Director of the Division of Outdoor Recreation. Thank you for being here. This is super fun work. This is exciting and gives me a lot of energy to do the rest of the work that's not so fun.
Katie Allred, I work with Wasatch Adaptive Sports. I'm the development director, and we work all the way up at Snowbird and then down through the valleys and down to Utah County, helping people with disabilities to ski, bike, paddleboard, all the fun stuff. Get out there.
Hi, I'm Terry Davis. I work for the Utah State Board of Education. I'm over physical education, and life is so exciting right now because we're redoing the Utah State PE standards. And so we're just starting into that realm, and I would love to have recreation have a thread through all grades. So that's my goal.
Yes, love that.
Is there anything we can do on this end to help support that? You know you have our support.
You might.
Yes, please let us know. Even things that are hard, we're
need to help us with the legislature. We'll let you know.
Awesome.
So I'm super excited because I am passionate about outdoor rec, and I think it's more conducive to more people. So you might see some great changes in PE in the future.
I'll be watching with Tommy and Sierra.
Yeah.
I'm Jim Sipthorpe. I'm a professor up in Parks, Recreation, and Tourism at the University of Utah. So I teach kind of outdoor recreation and youth development courses. Thanks for having me.
Jim was on the original youth program, as we didn't even have the name UCORE, but
No, it's called something else.
yeah, it was just called Youth Program Grant. It didn't have a fancy name, but my name's Tara McKee, Deputy Director for Grants and Outdoor Industry Relations. And hey, Ryan, are you going to be there Tuesday night for the Festival of Trees?
Well, I think the question was, where are you going to be there? I'm required to be there. That's awesome.
I will be there. My husband's company, as you know, supports that. So I will be there. So
I
I'll
look
see you.
forward to it.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work and looking through all these applications. There's some great learning programs.
Eddie Hill from Weber State University. I teach in the outdoor recreation and community education program. Excited to be here.
I'm Joni Hammer and I'm the tourism director for Black Elder County, and happy to be here. Overwhelmed, just can I say, they're all really, really good applications this year. Like, so good.
It's better than the alternative, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm Jeff Salt with Utah Anglers Coalition. We're a statewide umbrella organization for all angling interests, retailers, guides, nonprofits. And we'd love to see more people fishing in the state of Utah, especially women and kids. And I'm joining whenever we finally get started the Boating Advisory Council, representing paddle sport interests. And I've been a outdoor enthusiast in Utah for as long as I've lived here. So
Thanks, Jeff.
glad to be part of the grant team again this year. And I thought it was interesting this year going through the applications, and I'm sure we'll get into some of the details as we go.
I'm Maureen Casper. I work with the Division of Outdoor Recreation and I manage the contracts for the grants.
I am Patrick Morrison. I'm a recreation program director and get the pleasure of supporting Caroline in this UCORE process. But thanks to you all for coming and all that you've done. This is such a fun day.
Awesome. Just double checking everyone online can hear us okay in the room. Do we need to speak louder or, okay, great. Well, I know we have a lot of just seasoned veterans about the grant process. After 1 year, you're all seasoned veterans of doing this. But just to get started on kind of some procedures throughout the day, the next chunk of the day is just set aside to actually suggesting for approval these grants. Like I mentioned, you guys are a volunteer committee that will ultimately get approved by the Utah Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure Advisory Committee, and they'll do kind of a final vote on what we've approved for them. Jason is the chair of that committee as well. So what we do today will only be suggesting for approval all of these projects. So just keep that in mind. In front of you, just to go over the materials. Sorry, this is not colored. I was having a 2-hour battle with a printer yesterday, and this is the best we could do. So everything's on the same page at least, but there are no colors of what we hope. So just to go over, the first column is supposed to say average evaluator score. So the average got cut off. The algorithm that pulls from Salesforce what you approved takes a score out of 30. And so just so you know, everything out of this on this column will be out of 30 is the highest that one could score. The average line right there is about 23.8. So we have an average and above right there. The funding priorities, that last section that you scored in the, when you were ranking low, medium, or high, there's X's there for what was chosen for that out of 3, right? So 3 people evaluated the grants. There were a couple that just had 2 evaluations, so just keep that in mind. And then going forward, you can see the project name, the presenter. Joan, I don't know what happened, but you are like, I think you have the most. I kept pulling, I was like, Joan again, Joan. So, but those just will give like a 30-second synopsis of the grant so that people that did not review it can kind of have a taste of what was discussed. And then obviously organization account, the county that the project is in. As we approve grants, let's make sure to think about the whole state as a whole and where we want to put funding. And then urban and rural as well. We like to see kind of a healthy split between those. The number of youth served, pretty self-explanatory, the total project cost, and then the amount requested. So you can see at the bottom of amount requested, we have $731,000 of requests today, and we have $500,000 to allocate. So we're going to be able to fund quite a few of these projects. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason, who will kind of conduct this process. You guys can choose how you want to proceed as when it comes to approving and suggesting grants for approval. And then I'll have everything for those online. Oh, perfect. Patrick, do you want to go over the live scoring sheet that you have prepared for us today?
Yeah, we can close your chat.
Yeah.
Just so we can make it a little bigger. So this is, I mean, I'll have this live scoring sheet. I mean, for those of you who've done the grant meetings, we try to get kind of real-time updates of where you're at. But this is every application we have right now. So if every application was recommended for funding, you know, we see our 731,000 mark. you know, 58% going to urban, 42% going to rural. That says others. I'm not sure quite why, but that's rural. I'll look at the back end on that. And then you can see overwhelmingly Salt Lake County is the big applicant here, which, you know, population, it makes sense why we get something more, but just that's kind of a snapshot. And then I'll nuke this. And then as we're kind of making recommendations, I'll be populating it just so we can kind of see where we're at with funding and where the money's being distributed and from there. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick. That's super helpful as we start approving projects to see a visual of what we've got as we continue to go forward. And yeah, if you want to pull up any of your comments, feel free to as you're sharing. If you want me to pull up anything, if you're questioning what was that grant about, I can pull that up and share it on the big screen so we can all look at things. Just let me know what you want to see. Any questions before we begin? Okay. All you.
Okay, well, thanks Caroline and Patrick and thanks to all of you for being here. We've got a few different ways we can approach this and I mean, it is a lot. There's 731,000 like Caroline said, and we have about 500,000. And I think, is this the biggest list and the most requests we've ever had from UCORE?
Not quite. We had $1 million last year, so.
Last year there was a back to this page.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so not quite as many,
But
but
I think the quality overall seems like it's going up. And earlier this week, we had an announcement, kind of this annual announcement from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. They do the economic impact of outdoor recreation around the country, and they do it state by state. And no surprise, the numbers are up again from 2023. We're now, like we've been talking about, this $8 billion number for Utah's impact outdoor recreation on the economy. So we are now at 9.5 billion. So went up another 1.5 billion, and more and more people are doing outdoor recreation. I think everybody around this table, part of their talking points whenever they give their elevator pitches is more. We want more people out fishing. We want more people getting into the adaptive sports and more. So I think yeah, your efforts are playing into that. So thanks for what you do as well. So as we go through this, like I said, we have a number of ways we can approach it. The average line, if you added up all of the amounts requested from the top down to the average line, that's 361,000, and that's one factor. There's also the funding priority factor. There are 4 in that above average line that received at least one low funding priority. And so we this process can be really quick if we want it to, especially in the beginning. We can take big blocks and say, you know, everything's scoring below, or everything's scoring above a certain point. We can have a motion to approve all of those. And we can even stipulate and say all of those scoring above a certain point with no low marks, and do it that way. So take just a minute and maybe consider what approach we want to take, and then we'll have a little bit of a discussion, and then we'll be open to a motion on how to proceed.
Jason, can I ask, how was it done last year? What was the approach?
Basically like that. I think we took everybody that scored above average that has no lows, let's approve all of those, and that's kind of how we started.
Yeah, it worked out really, really well.
Okay. So is that a motion, Jenny?
Yeah, I move that we first evaluate those above the average line who have high scores and no low scores. Even the low score ones, I bet you can get to those.
I'm sure. Yeah. So to rephrase it, and clarify, all of those that scored above the average line and who scored or have highs and mediums.
Sure. I think
Okay.
that's great.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Katie. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? No. Okay, so that motion passes, and every proposal here that is above the average line, so that is 23.92 and above, that have no low marks for funding priority, are on the list to recommend. And then
No loan works or that had high and medium.
same thing.
Yeah.
That had high, all high and medium and no lows. Mutually inclusive. So that those 4 that had 1 low are still on the list to consider. And once we get to that point, we can show where that puts us in terms of available funding, how much that added up to. Meanwhile, think about what the next step might be, and we'll be open to a motion here in a
Do you
minute.
want to do any presentations on those particular programs or just for approval?
Those that scored, that we just approved?
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody wants to give a presentation and make a little extra pitch for any of those that we just put on the list, by all means, we can do that. Jeff?
Yeah, sure. I'll talk about application 003705, which is the REACH program by Weber State. And I thought this was really unique because they're trying to reach out to a population that has a really difficult disability to manage for outdoor recreation and recreation in general, right? Because of their health situation, they have to be monitored very closely, and getting them outdoors is even more of a challenge because you have to have a lot of the support, right, Eddie?
Yes, yeah. And I can excuse depending on the discussion, I can certainly excuse myself.
Yeah, but you're the applicant. So, but I thought it was really worthwhile. The only downside I found to this program overall, the activities were limited to campus, which I thought, they could maybe do better in terms of, there's a lot of opportunities in Weber County with.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, REACH Weber, just I was asking on this. So this is the Weber State Type 1 Diabetes.
Yeah, so there's the Weber pathways, there's all kinds of trail systems there, and places like Willard Bay and places that are not that far from the campus that would be accessible, that I think would enrich the experience, whether it would stretch the logistics for what you have to do. And I thought the application also had another weak point where they stress a lot of national and kind of overall health statistics instead of about the population. But overall, I thought it was a really worthy program.
Yeah, already at least 1 year of success demonstrated. So, yeah, it's really cool.
And a lot of great support, a lot of great partners, and the data collection and the evaluation plan, I thought it did well. So.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah. Great one. And certainly any of those others you want to give a little bit of insight to, by all means, speak up and we can hear from.
I mean, I'd be more interested to hear about the ones above the line that had these 4 low scores, like who someone didn't think they should be funded. I don't know if I repeat any of them.
I'll speak to a couple of those.
Sure.
I guess it would be interesting to see if we think that they're deal breakers or not.
That's a good idea.
So I will tell you that on Wasatch Adaptive Sports and School to Science, those low scores were mine.
Okay.
And let me tell you why. So Wasatch Adaptive Sports is it's such a good program. I mean, I was really conflicted with this one because the program is top notch, but y'all have a lot of partners. I guess that was, for me, it was who needs the money more kind of a thing. But it was one of those that I scored super high. But then when it came right down to who needed the money, maybe somebody might need it a little more. But for me, it's not a deal breaker. And on the School to Science, which pairs kids with different science careers down in Grant County. Again, a really great program, and they're all, they pair them with someone from the that works in the outdoors realm. My hang up with it, again, that was one that I scored high on, but at the end, for me, it was, I love that they're careers in the outdoors, but they're not, a lot of them weren't careers in recreation. So, a lot of them are really science-based careers, which is awesome. But I thought maybe this just wasn't the best fit for our funding because the emphasis wasn't so much on outdoor rec. It was just, you know, I'm a scientist and I happen to collect plants outdoors kind of a thing, if that makes sense. Again, for me, it's not a deal breaker. So that was my only.
Do the people who scored that one high have a different perspective on, I'm sorry, but the high rating? Like there are two scores at high.
School of Science.
Right, or like, I would just be it. Why do people put it as a high priority for school of science?
It's an awesome program.
Yeah, anybody that scored the School to Science, the Science Moab in Grand County, want to speak up and give a little insight?
That was one that I reviewed. This is James. I scored that one pretty high, just again because of the it may not have been related directly to outdoor recreation careers, but I think the part that I thought was strong was they're working with high school students who may not have the financial means to go recreate and be exposed to all the recreation opportunities that Moab has to offer. And so they're being exposed to that through this program, job shadowing, opening potential career opportunities for these young people, maybe helping them to explore. So, I mean, I thought it was a really solid program, and just the opportunities that it opens for these young people, I think was great. And it may not be directly related to outdoor rec in that way as far as leading to careers in the industry, but I thought it was a good program. And again, the emphasis of getting young people outdoors. And I thought that inclusion of some experiences from some of the participants, I thought was pretty powerful because you got to see it through their lens and the emphasis on, hey, yeah, my family has limited means, but this experience was amazing and this is what I got from it. So I thought that was pretty powerful. So that's all I wanted to share.
Okay, thanks, James. Okay, what about those others, the NSMS Writing for Focus program?
Can I speak on that one?
Yeah.
I actually hit that low funding priority, I believe. And I'm reviewing the application again, and I think I did it based solely off of their match. Let me go back to the funding request, and maybe I had it wrong, but they requested 15,000. Their cash match was 1,000, but they also did have in-kind of 4,000. So they hit the criteria if you count the in-kind. Does that still qualify?
I believe it does, yeah.
Yeah, they only had, you said $1,000 in cash,
Yeah,
and then they had in kind as well.
yeah, and I think I did it based off the cash match, which I could have, and it sounds like I am wrong. But the program sounds amazing. It's a rural community. They're getting middle school kids out to. It really sounds like a learn to bike program.
They have 5,000 in match between cash and in kind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's acceptable.
Yep. And it is the only one in San Pete, I believe. No, there's another one.
A physical education class for the middle school.
Yeah.
It impacted a couple hundred kids. So it's the funds can get used to impact a number of children. So I might need to. This is the hardest application. All these applications are amazing, but I may even need to retract my my low score on this one. If anyone else scored it low, I don't know, but.
Yeah, you I think are the only low, but that's good insight. That's why we're having this conversation, Ryan. It is tough because that funding priority checkbox is a little bit subjective. So, you know, it helps to have these conversations. So appreciate that. The other one in that category is outreach summer camps.
that was me probably. And I just think that, and I rated it a little lower just because I think that the scouting program has lots of community support in it. And so I was thinking, I wonder why they need our funds, you know, to run their programs when they do have a lot of community donors.
Okay. Anybody else that scored that wants to?
What
I-
location
ahead.
is, sorry, I was just gonna say, what
Weber County.
location is that Weber?
Yep.
I
Joni?
scored it medium. I didn't feel like the plan was as developed as I would like it, but I did love that it reached a large region and a really wide variety of youth. I loved that part of it. But I guess I just wanted more information on what exactly they were gonna do and how they were gonna do it. I think that's where I was.
I think the other, I guess, big one for me is, you know, the grant money was going towards fees for underprivileged kids. But it almost seems to me like I would rather see money going towards something that's more sustainable, like equipment, you know, it makes the money last longer. So, I could have my mind changed on that one, but, being a PE teacher, I always think about where we're gonna get the biggest bang for our buck. And so, anyway, that's always on my mind, especially when people are wanting something to pay for fees instead of, you know, to support a program and infrastructure or something like that. I kind of bite my tongue on that, just because it's a one and done and then it's gone. And you know, the money may benefit a few if it's put towards equipment or infrastructure or something like that, then it can affect many, you know, and everybody benefits instead of just a targeted use.
That's a hard one, right?
It's
Because
really hard.
I'm with you in that if it's for something permanent, that's gonna stay with the program to help it be sustainable. For
Yeah.
me, that's like a no-brainer. But then I also start to look at, well, it's for fees for, you know, a vulnerable community, somebody who might not have this opportunity, or, you know, then I get all the feels, and I want them to have that experience, and, you know, I want them to be able to, maybe it was that one time that sealed the deal for them, and then they become a hardcore supporter of what we try to do in this group. So
Yeah,
That's
a tough one. That's a back and forth one for me.
I see that a lot with Wasatch Adaptive Sports. With
Yeah.
people often want to donate a bike, but what they don't understand is it's not the bike that makes the difference. It's the instructor who knows how to fit that bike to somebody with a disability and who knows how to talk to a kid with autism that makes that bike work. And
Yeah.
that's the multiplier. The bike is one thing, but that human being who makes it work is what makes it work for 20, 30, 50 kids.
Right. And that's why I
Yeah,
try
so it's
not,
somewhere between.
right. And that's why I try not to get hung up on when we pay for someone's time or expertise. Because sometimes you feel like, gosh, most of this money is just going to pay somebody's salary, right? But then you think about it in those terms of, you know, you're paying for someone's, you know, you're paying for someone's brain and someone's passion and someone's
Emotional labor.
Yeah.
yeah, you know, and that human connection. So I try not to get hung up on that. I used to a lot, but I
Yeah.
try not to do that.
And there are a lot in these applications that's what their budget is going for, is staff time. And I've always had mixed feelings about BSA overall. But what I have found, and I have a theory, that as the LDS Church moved away from BSA, you know, a little while back, and I think since then, I think there has been a decline in overall numbers of kids that, especially young men in that age, getting outdoors. You know, and we're seeing it in two ways. Number one, just the overall wellness, and the other, you know, the main intrinsic benefits that the individuals get from being outdoors, but also the ethics and the stewardship portion. I just don't think they get taught. You know, I think we've all seen examples of how maybe some BSA groups weren't doing a very good job at that, but overall, I think they were probably doing a pretty good job. And it's not something I really considered at the time, but now I'm looking at it going, God, these kids aren't getting any messaging. So anyway, just a little bit of, again, I've not really been, I never was a scout myself, and my son wasn't really. So I just wonder if that's something that we want to think about with especially, it may be some of these kids the only way to get taught of how to do outdoors right.
Right, how to camp and things like that. And
Yeah,
we don't
and
want
how
that
to clean
program to
up after
shrivel.
themselves, and how to not,
either.
do a lot of things that we sometimes associate scouts with doing, but at the same time, they're trying to teach them. So anyway, just a thought.
Well, when I review these grants, I think about those same thoughts. And I remember back when I was a kid, and I was lucky because where I grew up in Oregon, I grew up right on the banks of a major river. So I had the outdoors. It was my backyard. And so we self-taught each other camping and motorcycling and shooting and fishing. But we also had a strong scout program when I grew up. But I was also part of a specialized education program in our school district that taught natural sciences. So having the opportunity is also important. And so the barrier section that we have in the grant, alleviating barriers through providing fee waivers, I think is still pretty strong. And it's a tough balance. Yeah. It really is. And, I've got a couple of applicants in my list from like the Canyonlands Field Institute and some other programs that use them, Grand County, those areas. Boy, it's just tough for those kids, especially some of the Native American students. They just don't have any funds to get involved in anything. So fees sometimes can really be very, very important. So I agree. It's a tough call.
Was this, I have a question. Is this an overnight camp?
I don't know about this program.
For anyone who did read up on this one?
I believe it probably is. Let me look.
Yeah, I read it. I don't remember.
Yes, I think it was
let
a
me look.
long, it was a week long.
So yeah,
And to me, that's really interesting, because when I look at what normally a government or a school entity can provide, a lot of times the overnights, if they can do one, it's at like a very standard, in my experience, we went to like Curry Village in Yosemite. It was a very standard car camping type of experience, or you went to a place with cabins and it was like, we did a gold rush thing. I know I'm not Utahn originally, but those were very rigid, and at facilities, that's what a school can provide is shelter. But to be able to do some sort of a camping overnight, even something that can lead into backpacking, I think is probably one of the hardest things to do without a whole lot of money. So like if someone gets into a wilderness program, those are $20,000 to be in a wilderness program that can teach you backpacking and can get you into those. So I think having a few avenues for this kind of higher level, deeper level outdoor recreation is interesting to me, to get it on the plate.
Yeah. So just to kind of go over their application, camping, they talk about leave no trace principles that are being taught and teaching them to apply those, climbing, bouldering, ropes course, and then shooting sports. I really do. This is, and an aquatics portion as well. So it's well-rounded, a little bit of citizenship stuff built in there. To me, the one thing that really stands out and makes it more compelling is that they're teaching these kids leave no trace principles. I just think I see social media, and young boys especially, I was the same exact way, do just stupid things in the outdoors because they just don't know any better until they're taught. And this is, I think,
Wasn't a scout group that knocked over a voodoo?
that's
Yes.
famous, right? That is
Yeah.
absolutely famous. And
Or when I worked at Temp Cave, the boys throwing rocks off the cliff, and you're like, there's the trail you just came up it. Zion, I think, has the same problem sometimes, people throwing rocks from the top.
We don't have any problems at Zion. Everything's perfect, but yeah.
My mistake, Amanda.
anyway,
Yeah, and frankly, if the scout leaders had gone to the scout training that's offered, they would have been better informed and not done the stupid stuff about what Valley all.
yeah. And here's another thing, I just kind of my observation, and again, this is just a theory, but I think in those days when it was like every single kid in the LDS church was in scouts, and all these leaders were sort of not engaged. They didn't care. It was like their bishop asked them to do it, so they're going to do it. I think the people, especially the leaders that are still in it, are those that really, really care about it. And they're not being sort of like kind of coerced / forced in a cultural and religious way. Sorry, I mean, I think those guys that are in it now are in it for, they're passionate, and they will, I think, again.
It sounds like a piece of theory, and I believe that's true because, being somebody who also went through scout training to do the younger boys, I just felt like I got so much out of that, and they taught what was really helpful to doing a better job in leading the troops. And, that guy incorporated it with girls groups later. So, yeah, I feel like those ignorant folks back then probably had zero. They should have been doing it. Probably the way he just took it on for, yeah.
Yep.
I think a lot of people were.
I've gotten to see it progress too. Anecdotally, I've seen some of these programs. Girls couldn't be in it, but girls could be leaders when I was there. And so you could kind of do the tests and things and be in the leadership. And at those camps where it was starting to change that way, you saw a solid difference at the camps where people had gone through all the trainings and had done it kind of secularly. And you also saw different kinds of scouts who took things. It was just differently, the way the uniforms were tucked in, the way everybody was like, the principles were very much taught more rigidly. And I like that idea. And I saw that at camps more than I saw it anywhere else.
So, okay, good discussion. Do we want to look at where we are numbers wise real quick? And while we're getting that brought up, maybe just think about what is our next step? What do we want to do? Because we could do anything. We could look at those 4 and evaluate those, or we could just sort of step those aside and go further down the list for those that still have no low, but are below the average mark. And
I would like to remove my low for San Pete Middle School, if that's allowed.
Well, we'll take that under advisement. Yes.
And then this is where we're at with everything average and above. This includes those 4. Those 4 equal roughly $60,000. So without those 4, I can take those off real quick. It's very simple.
I think it's just like 302.
But
So,
it'd be roughly 300,000, 24 applications recommended. It's very simple to remove those, though, if we want to see what that actually looks like.
Okay.
You said that's the
We could do that.
360 is including those?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just remove right now so we can see.
What would be
I almost think you should keep them for now. I don't know. I mean,
I kind of.
It seems like most
these
people
are
are saying like,
compelling,
these are pretty good.
These are compelling discussions.
Listening to these discussions, I heard it, I didn't hear any strong objections to any of those. And even when we talk about scholarship money, it's like, I think I also with the same issue, but like if you're giving them to an organization that's been around for a long time, and it's probably going to be around, that organization is going to be sustained, whether we give them money or not. And I'm only saying that because like, I do think you're investing maybe in one-time scholarship, but that organization is going to keep, you're helping that organization get them to keep delivering its program. And they'll have to find money maybe somewhere else next year, but they're probably going to still be doing the same thing.
I think we're at a good,
I think we can.
I think we're at a good place right now.
Well, this
And
is
we can have the
without
harder
them.
discussions.
Yeah, so
It's very simple.
302.
It's just copy and paste over.
So there's about 60,000 worth, a little under 60,000 that those 4 represent. So
and I think just one point, when we built the UCORE program 2 years ago or last year, this was the first like rebrand of it. We wanted it to be sustainable. Like, how are you making your program sustainable? And this is the question I have for you guys, because we did see some repeat customers come back this year that did get funding last year that you'll notice. Wasatch Adaptive, the dive one that I think is in that upper section, adaptive dive buddy training,
Or
the gooseberry section with the Forest Service. So anyway, there are programs that are going to come back annually to get funding for those scholarships, and that's totally fine. It's just a matter of how you want to do that, is expecting those organizations each year.
In my grant program I run in Box Elder County, we call those repeat offenders.
We're not offended.
We're not offended, yeah.
You know, I swing back to the other side, though, that if they're small programs and they need one more go around to get them launched off, I kind of go, oh, I would hate to put the dagger in.
Well, and I know on the ones
So-
that I read, no one said, if we don't get this, we're done. No one said that, you
Yeah.
know, everyone said that they would, you know, maybe that means they're serving less kids or whatever, but I didn't feel like there were any that were like, you know, this is a make or break moment for us if we don't get this funding or or shutting down.
For sure.
And even these places like diving that come back year after year, you do want to support, like knowing that they are trying to do their programming and they're small and they probably, and even if they're not small, they're trying to do their programming. They've got their set of lists that they're going to apply to. And if they had to come up, if they maybe had to apply for 30 to 60 grants or whatever they're applying for, and they had to come up with 30 to 60 new grants every year, that would be a lot. And they would have to hire somebody to just do that and just report on those. So knowing that like the burden of taking care of this will stack up, especially for someone small who maybe only has the time to write 5 grants a year. They can't be spending hours and hours researching and trying to find a new one, or they won't be able to do their programming.
So I think Ryan had something online, Ryan.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to also add, I mean, whoever's writing these grants they wouldn't be doing their job if they're at least not asking UCORE for funds again this year.
Right.
And
Right.
how important that is to at least ask to redistribute funds that they do have available for other opportunities with their nonprofit or with their organization or their school or their government agency. So I hear the repeat offender idea and agree, but also at the same time, they should always ask.
Yeah, I agree. Even like the one I scored low on Wasatch Adaptive, I'm like, yeah, maybe they have a lot of success because they do ask a lot of people and have a lot of partners. Because I know folks that didn't have lots of partners, I think I made that comment in some of my weakness scores was she had more partners, you know. So you're,
And just to be
Ryan's right, just you know,
Yeah.
you gotta ask.
And you guys only see the this part of it where you score and we do the evaluation. So I can give you background about those projects if you need to. Wasatch Adaptive has been great stewards of our money, done their progress reports on time. Same with the adaptive diving. They are in constant communication. And so I would say like those two at least are good. They've been good stewards of the funding thus far.
So with the Wasatch Adaptive, I see only 2 marks. So there's not a third reviewer for this
Right.
one, right? So they may be an outlier in this block because they only got 2.
I was going to bring that up. There are 2 that are in question right now that only have 2
Yeah,
evaluations
so
done.
there might have been a high mark. It had a third person been reviewing this, right? So, or another medium.
Yep.
So I would say, knowing the program and knowing the person that's here,
Step out.
you know, I would be favorable of including Wasatch Adaptive Sports because I think that they do have a great track record. And like Carolyn was saying, you know, they've proven themselves with their evaluations and reporting, and just because they have a large budget, they shouldn't be penalized. And reaching out for all kinds of grants, that's just part of the game.
Yes, I would move that all 4 of those be included. And then we move on to the
I agree.
I second that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the
Put
motion
it
is.
back, Patrick.
Like you're moving on.
That undo button right now.
A motion from Jim that we take those 4 that are above average and still have a low funding priority score and add them to the list that we will recommend, seconded by Joni. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, and we'll add those to our list. Thank you.
Awesome.
Before we go to the next category,
That's the hard part.
Now the hard part begins.
yeah, and it's maybe appropriate to bring this up at this time because we didn't start the meeting with any of our thoughts overall about our applicants and the quality of the grant applications. And I'm comparing my group to last year. I thought this year I was a little more I scrutinized my applicants a little harder this year than I did last year. I felt that my group, 50% of my group failed on their budget their questions. They didn't have budgets that added up. And of course, we ran into the snafu where we couldn't score that this time. But that was another problem that came over from last year. It was a high percentage that these applicants, whether they're experienced or new, they couldn't get their numbers to match up. And that bothers me. My second observation was that my group of applicants, they tended to be a little better. There weren't any of these outliers that were just so off the mark in their response that they just, didn't deserve a really good review. I had some of those last year. This year I didn't have those. I didn't have the most outstanding ones either, like I had some last year. I had most of my group were pretty much grouped together, but I still found a really common problem. A lot of the applicants didn't answer the questions. They missed the mark on the questions. They talked about how, important outdoor recreation is to this population, but they didn't talk about their program and their youth. And in the stewardship section, I found that a lot of the stewardship questions in my group, they mentioned leave no trace, but they really didn't go into detail. Or they said, yeah, we align with EKO, but they didn't go through and list how their program matches with all the different principles that are in that initiative. So they didn't answer the question. And so I dinged them pretty good for missing question. And I think that should be part of the outreach training that you do statewide when you do this tour is, teach these applicants, answer the question. And then a lot of times the sustainability section also for me did not rise to the level of expectation in terms of tell us who you're getting money from and how much, and what's the real plan for the future. They say it's sustainable, but they don't really explain how it's going to be sustainable very well. So those were that's what distinguishes my applicants. And I look at most of my applicants ended up in this average section. And I see a lot of people ranked who were in my, group ranked them similarly to me. So I think maybe some of you may have felt the same way.
Just to echo Jeff's comments, I found, I put this in my notes for the applicants. A lot of times they had like whatever, 3,000, mountains. They had very little there. They had like maybe less than 1,000. Like, that's no question. You had room, I guess, to my point. So maybe that was the same issue. And it wasn't a lot, but some that I had questions about, they just didn't answer. But they had space to do it. It wasn't like they maxed out everything and talked about anything different. That was probably a handful, probably 4 or 5 of mine had just didn't completely answer, but they had the space to. So I don't know if that can be. And it was like they didn't. I mean, it was a minimal amount of writing. And to me, it's like, well, I don't have lots of questions. It's similar to like last mentioned leave no trace. That was it. And they are Liberty Outdoors. So they were there, and they had the space again. Was one thing. So they didn't connect the dots for me. I could do it, but that wasn't the goal of the application.
It was almost like when they mentioned leave no trace, they were just saying, "Oh, I'm going to mention it."
Right.
Ring the bell. But they didn't explain how their program specifically teaches those principles.
We needed them to read Eddie's application this year, because reading Eddie's, it was like, oh, I'm reading a peer-reviewed paper. It was incredible. I mean, just the detail that you had in your application, I think is something that first-time grant writers or new people to or doing it part-time don't have that expertise. So it's definitely something to consider of the quality, and that's where these scores will come into play.
Well, that was my point, is that this is in some ways privileged as people who have grant writers or have grantmanship experience. And so we do have to be careful. Not just knocking organizations out because they don't have that specific expertise, because we're not actually funding that, right? We're funding program.
That's really important to keep in mind.
Right.
We're funding AI off of the grant application.
I'm just saying we need to be careful, because sometimes under-resourced places will not have the same resources to apply for grants. So the resource ones can certainly put a better application together.
Well, maybe in the handbook that they get, we could emphasize some of these points a little
Yeah,
better.
and we definitely do try to do that each year, and every year it's a matter of just people don't have the time or
Yep.
the energy or the
Or the
expertise.
continuity.
Yeah.
It's a different person from
It
when you
could
did this.
be.
And that's the tough thing, Jeff. 'Cause I
Yeah.
do, I hear what you're saying, because even the people that do take all the characters still can't articulate good answers to the questions sometimes.
I
But then
hear
again, you
those.
get one that's one paragraph and it's answered everything in a
Like,
very,
okay.
concise way. I think that's the trick is writer, that's what that translates into is that concise brevity that is easy to understand, checks all the boxes and not just in a ring the bell sort of way, but thoroughly. But Jim, that is a really important point that we have to remind ourselves of every year. This is not a grant writing grant. This is a program grant. We have to take into account even some of the budget errors. I look at it too and go, how do you get that wrong? But again, it's not a math contest. And
But
we
it shows
strive.
management. It shows management and oversight of the grant and
Yeah.
management of the program.
Yeah.
I think it reflects on that. And when you get to the budget part, that's why I'm a stickler on the budget. That's where I was taught when I was taught how to write grants.
I
Get your
agree.
budget right.
Yeah, grant writers know that. People that just came into the job last year and they've never even been to one of our workshops, they're just winging it.
Well, I had some applicants from some sophisticated programs and cities,
And that's something you have to
and they
factor in.
missed the question.
I
Yeah.
think that's important as we scored to keep those things in mind and be kind of holistic about the analysis.
And we did ask who people were. I mean, I took that into consideration when I saw this is a PE teacher writing this,
Yeah.
or who is this coming from? And I appreciated that we knew that there were some titles in there to help us understand who am I talking to that's giving me more information or maybe doesn't know all the outdoor rec vocabulary to really try to get at what they're trying to say.
Well, to Jim's point too, is like, cause the part I looked at similar to Jeff, but like the budget, I looked more at the evaluation piece, like how are you really effectively evaluating this? And I had to be mindful is like, they're not statisticians or that's just not what they're doing. But what I also did, and not the Jim's horn, but I also gave them resources because Jim wrote, I don't know, years ago, the AC Youth Outcome Battery, which is a great metric to use for any youth outcome oriented super practitioner. It was designed for practitioners, designed for, it comes with an Excel sheet and all the different metrics, all been tested for psychometric properties, things that these folks don't have time to do. Whether it's because they haven't been taught or they just don't have the time to do it. So I always trying to give feedback to improve whatever they're doing. Even though I said this is great, here's a way to really do the metric, which you can then fall back on if you're going to your partners or other funders. Say, here's how we measure this. It wasn't just somebody threw together 10 questions. Look at, they had a great time. That to me is still, I was rigorous because I think it's still superficial. But I gave tools to hopefully improve their area of measures.
And that's something that our staff does as well, reaches out afterwards to a lot. So if you have feedback for any specific applications,
I put
let
it
these guys
in, I
know.
put it in the notes for them.
If anybody has any thoughts for like how we help applicants with budgets as well, let us know, because it's pervasive.
It
Every
is.
single one of our grant programs, our staff that's on grant tour right now, we split a 2-hour grant presentation essentially to 1-hour overview of grants and then almost like an entire 40 minutes just on budgets and reimbursements. And so it's certainly pervasive. We've thought a lot about how do we help, how do we get what we need. But again, turnover, there's just so many elements that kind of factor into it. And so I think the best thing we can do is just try to be responsive in our staff review, work with them. We can see the submitted budgets, but yeah, always open ideas.
And there's not this is not something you can just apply a template or a cookie cutter to. You do have to look at it and go, okay, yeah, this is a well established group, somebody that should have a higher expectation versus, yeah, it looks like this might be this person's first time. So we'll give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. So it is, I think that purposefulness that gets us there. So this has been a good conversation though. So I think thanks for kind of bringing up that general analysis there, Jeff. And so if there's anything else on that, we can discuss it, but also we can move on with the motion. But
Well, I think this is where we get into the nitty gritty where
It is.
we sift out, right?
we're going to talk about specific projects and the merits, and really this is where the competition begins.
Well, I see one in this category that had all high marks, and that
High
is
priority.
the Utah Avalanche Center, Know Before You Go. And so I reviewed this one, and this is such an important issue.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Public safety and recreation, doesn't matter if it's winter sports, summer sports. That's a high priority for all counties and local governments and programs. And so
We're
I,
trying to push their stuff into the schools to get PE teachers to teach about it. if they do a winter sports program. Because I'm like, I was talking to them earlier this year and I said, you know, I think we need to push it out to them before the winter hits. So people are knowing about it before they go out.
And that's what this is what this program tries to do as well.
Yeah.
But they didn't have, the one drawback I had on this one is they didn't have trailhead or actual in the snow component to this program, which would have been a little, getting the kids out there and digging a snow pit and looking at the snow layers would be really helpful, I think, to drive in all the messaging that they get from these online and in-class presentations, because these are all in-class. The experts are there. Obviously, it's a great resource to have experts come and educate youth. But I think the little hands-on component would be great, but
Yeah.
I still think it's a great program. I would right off the bat say that's the first one out of this section that I would recommend.
Yeah, I reviewed that one too. I was surprised that it got 3 high reviews, but such scored so low.
Yeah.
This was one of my top ranked ones. And as you mentioned too, like the reach is huge because they're building into it. Yeah, I mean, then they had some great they had great data from the previous year they were reporting on. And then they also, they talked about it, the Spanish version is underway for Germany. It's really neat thing about the program. It was awesome. I was surprised it was actually ranked that low considering it had three high scores too. I agree. That was fantastic. I would definitely want to fund this one.
You know, Jeff, to your point, with it not having an outdoor, like a hands-on part of it, I could imagine that would probably inflate their costs immensely to have to insure kids in avalanche terrain digging pits.
Yeah.
I can see how that would be a huge barrier for them, and maybe doing it just in the classroom is a good enough start.
It is. It's a start at the gateway
Yeah.
for those kids. Maybe they are going to get into an Abbey 1 class or something more field oriented.
Well, this is one of those examples where this is a well-oiled program organization and they missed their budget numbers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's the reason it was scored a little lower.
That's what dragged me down.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they had problems because they had a lot of big numbers and they missed on some big numbers.
That seems to be the issue. They start adding a lot of numbers in, you get lost.
And I think one thing you pointed out, Jeff, is people's budget sheets might be different than the application, and that's where those discrepancies are. So maybe they're
Transferring
reworking
data.
budgets and then they don't put it on their application. So we can touch base with people about those discrepancies before we give them an award about what they're actually matching, but.
I think they have some staff turnover too. so
Yep, they've had
people
changes.
are-
Oh, they
Yeah.
did. They got an
Kind of
executive
shuffle.
director.
They have a new
Yeah.
director, you're right.
Yeah, they did.
But I still think should be the first one out of this block.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't, obviously I wasn't part of the reviewing committee on this one, but Eddie, I think when you talk about health, wellness and safety, I know that's not necessarily part of, how we're grading it or grant, you know what I mean, as far as scoring it, but some of those ones that have a direct connection to that health, wellness and safety, I think, I don't know, that's one of the things, Caroline, that I was going to recommend maybe moving forward, if there's some way to like do something where we rank it about health, wellness and safety in the outdoors. I don't know, Jason, that's what you were talking about earlier with like the leave no trace and those sorts of things, but that's where I really appreciated the discussion that you all just had as it relates to young folks in the outdoors and the opportunity to truly have save lives, if that makes sense. So
It
thanks.
does.
Thanks, Amanda, for that as well. I'll write that down for future evaluations.
The other thing that I saw in their narrative application was they had mixed numbers of youth to be served in their narrative. At one point they said 2,100, the other point they said 3,000. So they didn't really have it consistent in terms of what their target was. So
Are we getting reports afterwards that are giving us that kind of, so we are.
Yeah, final reports will show like actual numbers. This is a pretty rough estimate of, they don't know how many schools they're going to be presenting in, et cetera, but
yeah,
you're right, that difference between the two again.
yeah, because they said that we plan on serving, we did 2,000, we plan on serving 2,100, and then they say we plan on serving 3,000.
They're wanting to up their game through the school system, so we've been sending out their information in newsletters. So they're hoping for invitations.
Well,
come to schools.
they're a good, solid organization. I know they're good partners. In Jason's office, they're good partners with us at UOT. Utah Office of Tourism, they're good partners.
The other avenue we're going is through science, not just PE, but through science, because they can use a lot of avalanche and weather stuff through the science thing. So we pushed it out through our science folks too in that community. So they may see a big influx of
That's good.
opportunity to get out and meet people.
The other
Let's do
thing,
it.
yeah,
Better motion.
yeah.
Yeah, I move that we add, I move that we add who are we calling?
Utah Avalanche.
Utah Avalanche Center to the funded category.
Oh, second.
Okay. Moved by Joni, seconded by Eddie. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Okay, are there any opposed? That's unanimously, and we'll add, no, before you go, Youth Avalanche Education Program, Youth Avalanche.
That's what happens when you go to the outdoor rec conference.
I mean, I love it because if you actually have, when you actually step up and take the official avalanche courses, they're so expensive. If there's not a gateway somewhere,
Yeah.
you don't even know what you're getting into. And people go, no, I'm not paying $3,000. If they can do a small course first, they know what they need to know finally.
Right, and it's gonna save people's lives. That's the
Literally.
bottom line.
And it affects us all the time. when you
How
have
many of
people-
these in the entire list are really gonna have the potential to save lives? That's one that we know for sure. And
Yeah.
And we've had that hit the community too often.
for sure. Okay,
So how do we proceed with the next?
any way you'd like. If there's one specifically that you want to do that way, or if there's a block, you could do it again. Like you can say, all of those that scored above, you can be somewhat, analytical about it and say, let's say if it scored 22.75 or above, and it had no low, I mean, you can do anything. You can take blocks, or we can do them one at a time and hear from individual evaluators on each one of those in the block. We could do that way as well. That might be a good way to go. So if there was,
I'm on tap to present on a couple of these here. National Ability Center, that's 03776. I know a lot of us know about National Ability Center. They've got years of experience. They've got huge budget. But I think last time we kind of reviewed them and thought, well, this is one of those organizations that they're so big, do they need the funding, right?
Right.
I don't know if we do that a second time to them, given the discussion we had a little bit earlier. I think occasionally giving these organizations, if they financially don't seem like they need the money, we should still consider giving them the money.
They are a great program.
Great program.
We've partnered with them many times, sharing equipment to make sure that everybody can be covered. They do reach out to as many resources as they possibly can to make great things happen on the other side of the mountain.
And they've got a great safety record. They provide a lot of different types of recreation experience, not just winter sports. They have qualified staff, and they're really good at doing evaluations. And so I like this program.
we funded them last year, didn't we?
No,
not
we
last year.
didn't.
We kind of
We
agreed
decided
that
not
they were
to
too big.
because-
Yeah, it was that was the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they do have
And they were
5
more,
million. Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
and they were a little bit more out of state. It was actually the out of state that
Okay,
did
I
it last year,
remember
not the size, yeah.
Yeah.
But they do have a lot of people in state too. Like this, I don't know all of their numbers, but they do serve people in state. And I think this program, was talking about, remind me, it was this one where they picked up and went. Do they have transportation? This one, I can't remember. Oh, no, I didn't. I wasn't on this one.
It certainly helped your total project cost.
Well, they do service a lot of people that are from out of state that come with families that do recreating in Utah, especially during the winter months.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of I taught adaptive PE for 17 years, and there was quite a few students of mine that went there, during the summer to do their activities. And the families sure loved it.
Oh, yeah. Our executive director's father drives the boat for them for the summer activities and talks about the water skiing program, which is very unique over there.
I like NACN. I mean, we've done a lot of stuff with them too, but I mean, they're huge. What's $15,000 gonna do in the course of their budget? I mean, it's a drop, it's a drop in the bucket. It probably is not gonna make any substantial difference unless we want them for political reasons being associated with this program.
Well,
I
then-
can't
Which is
imagine.
actually a fair conversation to have too.
I'm not saying it's a bad reason. I'm
Yeah,
just saying, I'm just
that's what I'm
saying,
saying too.
yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know that operationally it's gonna make much difference in what they do. But
I think
Or
Ryan
like
has
the
something on
Jewish
that.
boarding project, which is a small operation, which just could significantly, because it's almost paying all of wages for that. So that's one of the ones that's kind of ranked, medium plus a little bit.
Yeah, Ryan,
Thanks. I just, I work for probably the largest nonprofit in the state of Utah, or this region. So a lot of these comments about they probably don't need the funds, that's directly what I do on a daily basis here at Intermountain Health and Intermountain Foundation Primary Children's. And I hear that often. And I mean, there are so many things that we do that we wouldn't be able to do if it wasn't for philanthropy. And I kind of feel the same way about the National Ability Center. With them being able to redirect funds to be able to continue what they're doing, or just to have further funds to impact 1,772 kids. For me personally, I don't think, and this is one of the ones I reviewed, I don't think that they have a large budget should be something that goes against them. If anything, it could just be, look at this sustainability. Maybe long term, they need to figure out different funding, but they're reducing the costs for the kids that are going into this program, regardless if they receive a lot of funds from other donors because of the good that they do. And they've been able to grow it. Instead of impacting 17 kids year over year, they have gotten better and better, and more people are getting behind it. And they've been able to scale the impact they make. So I just want to address that. For me, the fact that they're a big budget shouldn't hurt them. And if anything, look at how many people they're impacting.
I agree with Ryan on that. That like for some of these to keep going and keep doing the good work and to keep these people working for them who have this experience from a decade of working with youth, we do want to keep them rolling, and they do have real assets that they need to maintain. Like National Ability Center has boats and things they need to maintain to keep it going. All those things are depreciating on them. Even though they bought it at one point, those things are depreciating, and they do need help to keep them as a solid pillar in the community.
I can't help but think there are other granting organizations having the same conversation. And if all of them say, well, their budget is so big,
Yeah.
then they get nothing.
then they get nothing.
Then they
right?
get
So-
nothing. I
So that's
absolutely
kind of,
agree.
it's a kind of weird catch
Well, they also
22.
said, great, we're gonna keep associated with them and they get tons, right? So, which is
It's-
not a bad thing.
It's,
right?
it's
So-
an important thing to keep
Yeah.
in mind, but I don't think it should have heavy weight. So this is probably kind of the consensus I'm gathering here.
I'm actually thinking about this kind of administratively, so like when they, hypothetically, they get awarded, when they submit their reimbursement, are we requiring to see all $7 million of their expenses, And so maybe there's an opportunity with these very large budgeted organizations, going forward, we can say like, hey, we're happy to plug into these larger ones, but is it possible to identify maybe like a smaller aspect of this program that it's going to, just so we can more clearly see where these funds are going? So it's not just like thrown in this morass of programming, but we're just like, okay, we saw these individuals specifically identified for scholarships, because I don't know how much I want to review $7 million in expenses to clear $15,000 grant. But so, I'm just trying to think administrative. I think there are things we can do to just make the picture a little clearer of how does our contribution positively impact these massive programs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that in mind, just know that if you put that on especially a medium-sized organization, they will struggle with restricted funding, because then they need an accountant to track all of that and make sure that your money only went to that one bicycle that they said they were doing for you, and it only went to that one teacher that they said for you. And that's how the VA grant works.
Yeah.
And it would take somebody 20 hours to report on the VA grant.
That's good enough.
So just to know, sometimes what we do is we've been asked to submit both our organizational budget and a project budget. And those two together let you see like how much money in the big picture is going places, and then what we were focusing on in that grant. And that has been nice. I think
That's helpful, Katie,
Yeah.
because a lot of these larger, because that's my same question this year, is a lot of the people on the applications would put, I have this $5 million budget, I think hoping to show we have so much
Yeah.
in resources. But then on the actual budget sheet, they would only show required matching with the grant requests, and we need those two to match. So then they went back and put the
Exactly.
7 million on their
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
So how do we?
Because you
You
want to
know.
say I'm big and
Right.
and people want to say, hey, I've been working really hard to build this up over the years. At the same time, like, no, but your 15,000 matters because like for Wasatch, for example, we grew by 20% this year and our biking program just exploded. And it was like, whoa, we're turning people away, but there's not a place to say, but there's like, is there a wait list? And that's really helpful. Is there a wait list was a really helpful question to say
Yeah.
there is a need. There are people that will really benefit from it.
This is, I mean, a lot of these, if we look at these, right, National Ability Centers, like a lot of these are big. Granite School District's budget right above there is not only $18,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
so
Yeah.
like, this is really hard to detangle in that sense.
It
I mean,
really
you
is.
see Aviary's full budget is not 50 grand. Promise Salt, I mean, we're going down these, I mean, these numbers are really hard to compare in that sense because all these, or half of these organizations, Colorado Outward Bound School, I mean, any of these, their things are huge compared to what's
Yeah.
reported here.
Total project cost, we possibly need to qualify that a little bit more so that is a little bit more apples to apples in the future. But yeah, but it's a good point.
NAC is not really listing their total project cost. They're listing like,
What is project?
yeah.
What is project? That's the
Yeah.
question. And that's
Yeah.
why if you put a project cost and a full organizational budget, and if that's just like, just submit your 990 from last year and we can look at everything that is standard. That is the cleanest apples to apples. And then this particular project that you're working on can be small.
So I've got some more detailed notes if it's helpful for people. I thought that they had a good marketing recruitment plan. I like the fact that their programs were offered year round. They did mention leave no trace, but I think they fell on their EKO response because they're a big supporter, I guess, one of the original groups that were behind the EKO initiative, but they didn't answer the question very well. But they have good data collection, good evaluation plan. They obviously deal and address barriers to recreation because that's their specialty.
Yeah.
And so they have equipment and they have experts. And, you know, the whole barriers issue is really the core of their mission. So I thought overall, their application was really quite good. They had problems with their budget numbers, but also this EKO initiative question, I thought that they could have done better on if there was any weakness in their application. And they have a lot of contributors and a lot of community support. So being part of an entity that has great community support is also good for this program, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also offer a few things that some of the other entities like Wasatch or some like the School for the Deaf and Blind can't do, which are some of the bigger races. They put in some of those things too, that is adding variety for the whole community, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and they did a good detailed description of their plan and their offerings. They have a really good staff to youth ratio, which I commented on all of my applicants on the ratio. And so they do have a very good low staff to client ratio, which is what you need.
I guess I'm just wondering what's the strategy here, because it seems like we've jumped down to NAC, which is fine, but there's plenty of organizations ranked above it, number-wise. Like, would it be more sense to just take these as a block and go through them in some systematic way?
I think that's a good idea.
I
Decide
think so too.
which ones we want to prioritize or deprioritize, like, I don't know, I would just suggest maybe everything.
Well, I picked this one because it only had 2 reviewers. So it's,
Well, a bunch of these only have 2 reviews, all the
Yep.
gray ones do, so.
So anyway, Jim, do you have
Well, I was gonna say,
a,
why maybe we talk about this stuff down to 22, like maybe the 12 stuff to 22.35, and we just go through and have the primary report out on those. So the ones below the average line that we haven't funded.
Okay.
Down to 22, and just, I guess, gauge enthusiasm for those. And I guess that's just my proposal, but.
so you would be talking about the Camp Costopolis and above? So 22.35?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
that's kind of arbitrary. I was just trying
Yeah.
to get it to a manageable number to start.
And I think that's, we can definitely do that. Now, just so you know, if we were to approve all of those, we would be over budget. just as context, not that we can't do
I
what you're
have one you
suggesting.
can throw out.
So if we want to do that, knowing that, are you still?
I was just saying those maybe we should, because I think this is where we're starting to make
Okay.
decisions, like this one's
Yes.
getting funded, this one's not getting funded. And so I guess I think we should discuss those, prioritize them, and then actually go and see if there's anything we want to elevate from the bottom part.
Okay.
But that would just be my strategy. I wasn't here last year. I don't know what we're.
Yep, and this is very similar to what it was last year. So again, if you want to make that in the form of a motion, what that would mean is we would take each one of those and hear from the evaluators and then, you know, put them on the list or not. And again, if we did that, if we approved all of them to go on the list, well, frankly, we can't because there's not enough left, but just know that going into this process. So if you want to make that into a motion, I think that would be fine.
Sure, I'll make that do a motion.
Okay, so the motion is that anything scoring 22.35 or higher be considered as a one by one, have an evaluator go through, and we'll proceed that way. So let's start with the Tracy Aviary one. Jim, that was on your list. Westside Collaborative.
Yeah, so I mean, this was really a collaboration between Tracy Aviary and some nonprofits. I'm trying to remember which ones, like Utah and Curly Me. I mean, they're really trying to do culturally responsive outdoor opportunities for, I mean, they call out, you know, BIPOC youth 6 to 18. They're really trying to recruit youth leaders from their partners. It's really expanding opportunities for kind of Westside youth. I thought it was a good partnership with a stable applicant. I mean, Tracy Aviary, like Utah Curly Me, they're gonna probably make this thing work. So I, in general, thought it was a good program. I think that.
We did fund this one last year, by the way, and they've done a good job and are kind of revamping it this year with that partnership with Curly Me. I talked with them last week and they're really excited about how much involvement they've had from the community. So just
Curly-
positive things.
Curly Me's new this year?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I was on the review committee for this one and they messed up on their budget. They missed the $10,000 amount. It's somehow not included properly in their narrative compared to the budget sheet, right? So that was a big, like $10,000. How come that's not accounted for? Let's see, what else did I have? They were a little bit description of who the participants were was a little bit on the weak side. They didn't give good details about who these Westside youth are, you know, what cities are they actually drawing from, what's their demographics. I didn't feel like this was a terribly strong program, and I know this little nature center area that they use on the Jordan River is not really a nature center. It's like a trailer, and they've converted a parking lot that was full of bad use people along the river and converted it into a positive use. But that section of the river is a tough section of river for doing interpretive learning.
Yeah, they added, they hosted us there for our final mile last year. So we did a biking event there and used their little area. We had the front come and Momentum and a couple of other people came and supported adaptive riding right there. And we were able to use their building with their deck to do kind of a little awards ceremony.
Yeah.
So we were glad that they had it for that event. And I don't know if they reach out to more people than us to do little things like that or not.
They've made quite a bit of use of that site, but it's they claim it to be more than it really is.
In the grant?
The physical location
Gotcha.
site, but the program is not, that's not the program though.
Yeah, I think they've got plans to add some additional elements to that site, right?
Yeah, but it's a tough area to do interpretive
It
learning.
is. Yeah, you got the men's resource center right there. and-
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a good staff to youth ratio. I didn't think that they answered the EKO question very well. The sustainability plan I thought was not robust. Their success measures were not very clearly identified. And I didn't see a good plan for data collection. Their evaluation plan I thought was okay. Safety plan was okay. And I thought, the fact that they're trying to reach out to West Side youth in general that don't have access to this kind of opportunity, I thought that was good. And the accessibility and adaptive answers I thought were pretty good. And a good list of community partners.
Ryan, what do you got?
Yeah, I also thought it was a great application, and I was confused by their numbers adding up with the budget. But my biggest con when evaluating this was, and I just put it in the chat, and I was just kind of confused, but it was in their application, they wrote UCORE funding will play a critical role in continuing to support the work from the previous grant cycle as we continue utilizing our 2023 funds to cover staff time for implementing West Side collaborative programs. We will draw on 2024 funds once last year's funds are depleted. So I don't know, maybe I'm just not understanding it, but it sounds like they have leftover funds that aren't being used. So I wasn't sure if it was needed.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. They had received grant funding from last year that isn't a year and a half, so they still have about 6 months on that contract.
Oh,
So
that's
there's some overlap between some of these programs that will be using last year's funding while the new one is still here or still would be available to them.
So they're probably not the only ones in that category.
Thank you.
But they explained it.
Yeah, the fact they explained it.
And I caught that, Ryan, too, and then I realized this is overlap money.
I forgot it's more than 12 months. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
But they still had some money missing in their narrative compared to their budget sheets.
And Ernst & Young's got your number. They give you a call. And that's one that did receive a low, and within, so yeah, but just context wise, within this block that we're looking at, that one received a low, and there's another 1, 2, 3, 4, another 5 that received at least one low. So keep that in mind as well as we go through all of these. So anything else on that one? Okay. Promise South Salt Lake After School Program. Katie, did you do that one?
Yeah, let me find it in my notes here. So this one was interesting to me. When I first looked at it, I thought, so what they're really hoping for is entry fees to Tracy Aviary and Thanksgiving Point. And at first I kind of thought, is that really outdoor? But really when you look at it and you start to see what can you do as an after school program, what can you legitimately do with parents as volunteers, trying to cut costs every single place that you can and trying to make it as mainstream, plus trying to be accessible. They were talking about they want to include the kids with the greatest needs, including disabilities. Together, we want to explore and serve 240 elementary age kids, ages, so kindergarten to 5th grade at no cost. And looking through it, the population of their city is 26,000. And they're saying that the Latinx community represents 27.4% of that total population. And that's who they're trying to get out there. So African, Asian, Eastern European, refugees, immigrants, and people with disabilities. Really interesting to me. They had some really good statistics on their populations that they're trying to support, that 62% of the available housing is rental property where they are. And almost 25% of their population does not reside in the same dwelling that they did a year ago. So I'm looking at these kids and going, wow, if I was trying to get them out, there's no complex program that I could do to take these kids out. We have to just go and do something that's fairly mainstream, get them introduced. We might even have language barriers. We're not going to get a waiver to go to camp, and we're not going to take their kids from a refugee family for a week. But what we could do is go take them to a place that can help facilitate this. So I really like this. And I also know something I put in the notes that I want to share with them is that Thanksgiving Point also will let people who are on WIC can come in for free, and that might help their costs and their fees as well, if they knew that. And
Or
so
serve more kids.
Serve more kids, exactly. So I think this is a good one, and if they didn't know that and they can add that as well, then this can serve a lot of folks. So I would vote to push this one through.
Do we have a map that shows demographics of where we've accepted money so far? If I,
From previous years or this current
no,
one?
this current one of,
We have something kind of similar to that. I can let Patrick share.
it might be kind of fun to see, okay, where do we have funds
Yeah,
right
that's a-
now going?
That's a good thought, because yeah, I mean, right
So
now,
on the left hand, I mean, it's just by county, but you can see our counties.
yeah, Grand and Washington County look like, well, and San Juan are the only counties south of San Pete. There's only 3 or 4 counties really that we've put any money into that are south of Utah County. And only 2 or 3 of them that I would consider rural. So that's a good thought, Terry.
Something I also want to say with this one is that if these kids were to go on this field trip in reality and learn that they could go back to Thanksgiving Point for free, that might actually be sustainable and actually grow the impact.
Yeah, a little bit of independence from the program.
Yeah, that if their family knows, hey, mom, I got in for free over here, we could go, like,
They might go.
they might go as a family now that they
Yeah.
know how to get there and that they liked it and that they could get in for free
And there's a ton of educational opportunities at Thanksgiving Point all the time.
all the time.
Did they get funding last year through UCORE program? Because I
This is
know
a
they.
new- this is a new program.
I don't remember them.
I don't think so.
I guess Thanksgiving Point specifically.
Oh, did Thanksgiving Point? I don't think Thanksgiving Point's on the list for funding this
No.
year.
I think they got a U.
They got a
applied
UCORE.
For a UCORE one at least.
Yep.
And like, we were really interested in like, okay, how do you help the underserved? You know, what kind of discounts, what kind of like
Yeah.
Yeah.
scholarships do you have?
And they
Yeah.
do have some pretty purposeful efforts in that regard.
They really do. And I don't know if, everybody knows about all the things that they're doing too. I just happen to know because, someone's on my board of directors who has told me about what we can do over there.
I reviewed this program also, and I found some weaknesses. They had a budget issue on their application also. But in South Salt Lake, and I've worked with South Salt Lake in years past, and it is one of the most challenging communities in the state. They
Every
have,
bit as much as West Side, really.
well, they really are a west side community, but they're not geographically west side.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They have no real valuable outdoor recreation amenities in the city. It is a built-out city. It's an industrial type city. Light manufacturing distribution has been the core of South Salt Lake for a long time. And the housing situation, I used to manage apartments in South Salt Lake. It is a tough neighborhood to live in. And it is highly diverse with ethnicity. They have basically only 3 parks in their city, and they're just not that great, right? So they're real places for these kids to go
Oh,
without transportation, right? They have to go outside the city for their experience.
Hmm.
So that's a huge barrier for this city and for this program. There's a problem, it's a political problem with this. This was actually something that was it was in Parks and Recreation, and it was taken out of Parks and Recreation and given and created as an after-school program for some reason. And I don't know why, but my neighbor works for the South Salt Lake Parks and Recreation. And I asked her, I said, what is this program? She goes, I know nothing about what they're doing because they took it out of our realm. And so we don't know if there's really a strong recreation component to it as much as it is just providing a place for kids to go for after school,
to be safe.
just to be safe.
I mean,
Yeah.
here they've listed that, that South Salt Lake has the second highest suicide rate in all of Utah. And they're asking, they found other ways to get volunteers to help and to do all this stuff. They're asking for money for 18 buses for the field trips.
Yeah, because they have
Because
to
they
get out.
can't get they can't get the kids anywhere.
Yeah, there's nothing in the city for them to do in their city. They have to go out. Now, they talk about connections to national parks in this application, but they don't have any plan to go to a national park, which I found, it's like, come on, guys, I want to help you guys, because I think these people need it.
After school programs,
Yeah.
from what I understand, funding is gonna be cut from them too. So they're probably starting to look for funding in other places too, because what I understand, I don't know if it's the school board or the legislature, but somebody is gonna get somebody's cutting a bunch of money.
And as an after-school program, they wouldn't be able to get to a national park
Yeah.
in a time where a lot of the districts are ending at like 3:30. You don't have enough daylight to get somewhere and get back for more than,
Exactly.
you only have 1 hour of recreation time once you start that clock.
Yeah.
So I can definitely see like they're trying to make it work within actual real-time constraints.
Yeah, Thanksgiving Point, maybe you guys know more about what's happening currently at Thanksgiving Point, but I've never known Thanksgiving Point to be a outdoor recreation, environmental science location per se.
They've got the acres in the back. So I take my kids there. They've got acres in the back and you can feed the koi fish. You can walk between the rose gardens. They do the tulips and the roses throughout the year. And then they have the curiosity, like natural curiosity museum. And they have kind of engineering areas. And then they have a cultural center above where they've started bringing in what it looks like to farm in different countries. And they switch out that. So I think the most recent one was Kenya. There was one in Africa, and you could go in and see kind of wildlife images here, and then you practice like selling money at a shop when what they actually farm. So kind of things like that, where they've got moving things going on, and then room to run around. There's a big indoor playground for kids who need to run.
Speak up, Amanda.
So I just want to clarify a couple things. Sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So a lot of times talking, about connecting to national parks, it just truly is just not knowing what you don't know. So I think there's ways that we can help and work with them. Regarding after school programming, we as national parks have worked with after school programs before. And once we've built those relationships, we've been able to facilitate like an after school overnight, like a Friday into Saturday through those relationships. So, I wasn't a part of this review team, but I think, after school programs truly are kind of that gateway to the outdoors. There's also an equity piece in this. A lot of times the reason why folks are in an after school program and what that provides to the youth and those mentorships and just truly life experiences, I think is a really important piece. Again, I wasn't on the main team in here, but when you look at the actual, like what the program teaches youth, the fact that they outlined the environmental awareness and stewardship, outdoor skills and safety, and they put the what and then the how, I'm going to be honest with you, like that's better outlined than some of the other, what I would consider more proficient groups that have applied to grants. So quick look at it, pending how you guys are diving into after school programming, but pretty impressed with how they go from what to the how. I also just want to recognize when we talk about the number of youth served, it looks like, 240. So that's a pretty high number when we talk about the benefit of this type of program. So again, just a quick glance for me, and I just wanted to clarify, more than happy to reach out to them and try to connect them with some of their national park folks in and around that area. But also there are opportunities to kind of build those relationships to build into more of like an overnight weekend type of trip, which we've done in the past.
Awesome.
Plus they're actually their funding priority. They scored pretty decent, 2 highs and 1 medium. So
I gave them a medium.
I bet you did.
So I like the idea of working with this population because I know the population in this community quite well, mostly refugee.
Yeah.
Whether it's African refugee, whether it's Asian refugee, there's a lot of Latin families there. They need help.
Yeah, and we need them to know. Again, I keep hitting on the stewardship side because I see a lot of it. It's like it's just different, and I've been in countries where outdoor ethics is not a thing. It's just part of the culture that when you get done with your trash, you just put it over by the river, and that's totally acceptable and normal there. And so I think it's super important that we're touching these communities when they're young, so they learn this stuff. And
we used to do what was called Wonderful Outdoor World with Disney. We did program there in South Salt Lake, and we had a guy that was being trained. He was working as PhD at the U. Troy Bennett. Did you know Troy
Yeah, I
Bennett?
know Troy. I worked with that program.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Yeah. So
I was on the board of the Utah Federation for Youth for a while.
oh yeah. Okay. So you and I have this connection. We understand. Yeah, South Salt Lake is they've been working on trying to help this population for a long time.
Yeah.
And
Before we move on from this one, I'd just be interested to hear what were the specific outdoor recreation activities that they talked about? Were there specifics or was it more?
well,
They talked about going to these places and combating mental health with, they said, model prevention curriculum, and they called it the TWE programming, and activities that specifically were related to improving mental health in these recreation spaces.
Okay. Well,
So
but not a lot on the actual activity, like, like
Just-
biking or,
because they're
whatever.
taking a group to Thanksgiving Point
yeah.
to walk
Whatever they have
around
to
and to
offer.
do the thing that is happening right then,
Yeah,
and then they're
sure.
gonna frame versus that,
Yeah.
based on what activities are available that day. And with 18 buses, kids are gonna go on multiple field trips to different places as well.
Yeah.
And then it's just the entry fees, and these aren't the only places they're going. Thanksgiving Point and
Tracy Aviary.
the aviary are the only places that have fees. They want to go other places as well with little things.
Okay.
So with it being a population that really does need our help, with it ranking so high, with 2 people putting it as high priority and a medium, I would move to push this one through and to include it in our
Okay.
group.
okay, so the motion is that we will add Promise South Salt Lake After School Program to our list of those that we're going to recommend to the advisory council. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So
For
motion
the
by,
discussion point, I would just rather go through all these, to be honest with you, because I think we're gonna struggle. I mean, these are all essentially tied between 22.35 and 23.5. And some other ones, including the one I'm supposed to speak to right below this one, may or may not get moved through, as essentially the identical profile.
that's a good point.
And so I think, do we want to do them piecemeal, or do we want to hear from all of them and then decide which ones to elevate?
So go through and talk on each of them and then go back.
That
and-
was that's
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
my
we-
discussion.
That's the discussion that's taking place in relation to the motion. Yeah, and I think that's
Mhm.
appropriate because we did, the West Side Collaborative one, we did that. We talked
Yeah.
about it. It was not moved to move on to the list. So
Okay.
as a, I guess, point of procedure that you're sort of pointing out, Jim, is that the way we want to continue, is to,
Right, do we want to elevate
Give an
them
ele-
as we talk to them, or do we want to look at all of them and then decide?
And then
which
decide.
ones we're trying to elevate?
I think that might be a better way. I don't know. Any thoughts, any other thoughts?
Can we rank them as we go? Maybe just like a 1, 2, 3. What do you think? So that when we get to the bottom of these like 10 programs, that we still remember what we thought.
I think we should all.
Yeah, individually, I'm making some little notes and
Okay.
things. And
I think
Yeah.
we're gonna
Okay.
have to decide on them.
Because
Okay.
at the end of this process, as we go through and we hear from each of these evaluators, then we can probably say, okay, well then how about everything that scored 22.75 and above, except for, because maybe there'll be
Yeah,
some
and
debate on.
if it makes sense, as we discussed, to scratch one,
Mhm.
I think we
We
can
can do
take that opportunity to scratch
Okay.
it.
Well, we can,
That,
we
or
can,
just keep it on the,
we can say all of those in this group except for that one. We
Yeah.
can do it that way. So
yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Any other discussion to that motion? And certainly you can continue with the motion or you can withdraw it. It's totally up to you.
I can withdraw it and we can keep going.
Okay.
Is there any that we do want to, does anyone want to scrap one that's in there for any
Mhm.
particular reason?
We got it. We got some,
Well, that's a
some
good
feelings.
place to start too.
You're welcome to eat lunch whenever you'd want to. I have it
Yeah.
agended from 12 to like 12:40, but
So let's see if we can get another one in and then we'll get lunch. Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay,
I figure if I scratch mine, then that lowers the list.
all right. Which one?
And we can,
Terry?
we can just go down the list. I can just.
So I just really, the Mountainside Elementary, I feel like they're just looking for a field trip. And there wasn't really anything built into their learning on that field trip or connections, other than going to various, like the zoo and some other places. I'm like, you just want fees paid to take the kids out?
Mhm.
If they would have said, we want to make scientific connections, I would have been like, oh, great, but it's just, I feel like they're just,
It's a very
Wanting a
loose
field
outdoor recreation connection.
yeah.
Any other
it's-
people that evaluated that one that want to?
They got two
They,
highs.
they talked about neurodivergent kids, but I'm like, every school has kids with autism. So, what is gonna make this different than your school from other schools? So I guess as a learning professional, I'm really critical about what are kids doing?
But
Like
you're scoring
connections
a
to
high
learning.
Priority to learn, right? If you're one of the 2 reviewers,
I scored it.
There's
Low?
one
There's
low.
only high ones in there.
There's
No,
one
there's
low.
Two high and one low.
One high, one low.
I scored it low,
Oh.
Okay,
just because I guess I'm really
It's the
critical.
22.75.
yeah, the second,
The third one.
third, yeah.
I see it now.
Yeah. Who else scored that one?
Perry, Ryan, and James.
Can you tell
Okay.
me what the name of the account name was?
Yes,
All
this
inclusive.
is,
The title of the project was All Inclusive Outdoor Learning by Mountainside Elementary.
Mountainside, thank you.
this is in Cache County.
Yeah, it's in Mendon. They were going to Stokes, was it right?
And there's already one
Yeah,
for,
so I did want to make a note. There were Stokes you've already approved at, and I've had a discussion with them because there were 3 organizations all applying to take field trips to Stokes, including Stokes itself. And they said if we are funded, if Stokes is funded, we'll make sure that those applications do get a chance to go on a field trip to here because they already applied for funding to
Okay.
allow schools to go.
that's really good to know.
So you also
Oh,
approved
yeah.
one earlier on, Greenville, I want to say Greenville Snowshoe Expedition that I think is in the same boat. It's a small amount of money for just one-time field trip to Stokes, whereas Stokes could be someone that just provides that to them. So just something to consider.
Let's give them that $500.
Yeah, it was a really exciting feature and I was like, we'll include you. Let's do it. So.
I thought this was a great application and a great program, but I couldn't hear who referenced it, but it is like a field trip, right? And looking at some of these other applications, and if we are really going to have to cut some out, there are ones that impact in a higher way outdoor recreation, as well as maybe kids who would need this impact more than this elementary school.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a
if we
good insight,
fund
Ryan.
Stokes, I didn't, where's the Stokes one at?
It's up there, scored 27.06.
Pretty high up in that first
Okay,
section.
so I think if we fund Stokes and they say they'll take care of everybody, then I think we're good to go.
I think that's a really good thing to keep in mind with this one. So I'm putting kind of a star by that one as we move forward. Any other thoughts on this one before we break for lunch? Okay, then we'll adjourn for an hour and for 45 minutes. Sorry. You only get
Yeah.
45. We're gonna work you hard.
I really
And,
want to take a school, teach fishing at the school and then use UCORE money to take them out into the community, pay for bus,
Yep,
you know, the
back at 12:45, Amanda, Ryan,
license
and
or whatever,
James.
you know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pay for equipment to teach it in the school and then.
Well, that's where they have these community fisheries now.
Yeah.
You
Scattered,
can mute her
especially
for
along the
the
Wasatch Front.
duration of lunch, DNR,
And
if
the
that's
community
okay with you.
fisheries typically have youth clubs with them. And I've been encouraged
Let's see. Looks like we got everybody back in the room and online. I can see Amanda's there. We have James and Ryan as well.
Not yet.
Not yet. We'll give them a couple more minutes.
My cup of mandarin oranges that I had hauled up that mountain was highly coveted.
Oh, man.
This guy wanted to give me $100. I'm like, oh, no,
Whoa.
no.
I hauled this up high these. We do it Summit chips
What time are you
and
guys
sometimes a Summit Coke,
Mhm.
like one of those like little cans.
2 days? Saturday, 2 days.
3 days.
Yeah,
The last day was a short day because it was our summit day. And we had to cut it short for about 3 hours from the summit.
And it wasn't gonna
And it
work.
was just, yeah, the ice wasn't good. So it was warm and there was a particular cloud, a storm. So we called it, we had to go back across the bowling alley. And we were in the middle, we were on just about to start the second pitch of the ice
Yeah,
section.
yeah. We almost got skunked on day one because we came up through rain and it was pouring on us. We're like, we're gonna be soaked and
So many
screwed.
different like climates.
Yeah.
You're in rain and then you're in, you know.
We broke above the rain and it was pure sun. Everyone took everything off and was like drying stuff and we were able to dry before we reached base camp. And we were like, that was just like,
You can just get through the first layer.
yeah, I did not expect that to work out nicely.
Yeah.
And they're skiing, they're in the program.
On the
And
discipline
so
waiver trip,
that would be the way to do it.
I rappelled down into a crevasse.
Well, even with the
And
youth
it was-
super class.
Yeah, just on
The
a
kids
rest
can go
day.
to all these different resorts
It was
throughout the season.
coolest
What do they get?
day.
Like, I guess
Every
5 days of skiing for almost nothing.
icicles.
That'd be a good group to give it on.
Because that's what I'm doing.
And the levels of blue shades of brown.
That's what it is.
Like,
Yes, it's called the Utah Ski Pass. Exactly.
Real, just like. I think that would make it. This is right before my trip.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I'd love to see
Yeah, that ice
like
is
a
something else.
certification.
Colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I was standing on this
Because
on
then
the bottom
that
and
gives-
then found out it
especially
wasn't the bottom.
Young adults, it gives them
And
a
my
sense
leg
of
punched
comfort.
through.
Right.
Feel
It's like hunter safety.
dangling in the air.
Oh, man. You ever
My
seen
heart.
Safety, you
You
get
seen Touchy Body?
certified, and you feel like, hey, I can really.
That's what I
shoot a
thought.
shot right now.
I was like,
That's really good.
You ever watched that movie, Caroline? Touching the Boy?
Oh, an old time, like.
No, it was only like maybe 10 or 15 years ago. These two guys were climbing down in South America or Mexico, I think it was. Anyway,
I was on the.
they got separated. One was hanging,
Lori and Steve.
one was anchored in,
Research.
and nowhere to go.
Eight of our. 100 people.
Did they do it?
Right.
Yeah, I think I have heard
Yeah.
that story.
Yeah, it's a pretty famous story of the movie because it's a documentary with some dramatization, but it's pretty cool.
Our team had to pull me out because the snow was so soft, I couldn't ice climb out, and then lift
So
and
it's
went like
text
this,
stolen and synthetic identity.
and my rope had cut into the
Well,
lip.
that's good practice.
And I was like,
D. O.
"This is a small rescue."
Wait. D. O.
All right, I think we
Well,
can go ahead.
All right,
I can
we
join.
got 8 of us, so.
Or these-
Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene. It's good lunch. Thanks for the awesome
Yeah,
pizza.
thanks.
Thank you.
So, if we want to just keep going down the list, then we just keep going in order. The next one we would talk about is Common Ground up in Cache Valley or on Beaver Mountain Summer Youth Adventure Programs for youths with disabilities. And Jim, I know you evaluated that one.
Yeah, so this one, so I, just getting stuff back up this computer, but, okay. So this one basically is for kind of, summer camp, junior adventure and high adventure camp, for children with disabilities age 5 to 18. You know, they do different activities. So they list like rock climbing, cycling, canoeing, paddleboarding, hiking, camping, nature-based craft and sciences. I mean, Common Ground's been around a long time, so I think they're, you know, a good organization. This money would basically allow them to serve 100 more kids, so they're gonna serve 350 without the funding, they would serve 450 with the funding. Most of the money goes to staff salaries, so kind of related to that conversation we had earlier. And this is kind of going directly into the programming. I mean, I like the program. I think it's good if we want to do something in Cache Valley that is serving kids with disabilities and kind of a probably somewhat deep and impactful way for the amount of time they're involved in these activities. Common Ground's a good option for that.
So what activities are they focusing on? Is it mainly winter?
Well, it's like a summer camp.
Oh, summer camp.
Those
It's a
stuff they
12-week
list
summer
as-
camp.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a summer camp, so it's basically,
Like
they
summer.
list, the ones they list are rock climbing, cycling, canoeing, paddleboarding, hiking, camping, nature-based crafts and science. I mean, I think it's just mostly an adventure summer camp, I think, for
Very
kids
cool.
with disabilities. They do have, one thing I thought was interesting about this is they, somewhere in here, I would have to find it. Oh, I know what it is, because basically these kids with disabilities come and they'll come with some type of a caregiver or a family member or a friend. And so in addition to the additional 100 kids, and you know, a lot of these, they report 79% are kind of low or very low income families. But you're going to get some teachers and family members and friends that are going to come with them as kind of caregivers that join them on the programming. I thought they don't really report that as a number, but I thought it's certainly an added benefit as far as getting more folks out, get your family members out as well.
Support system out there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyone else that scored that one want to speak up on it?
Yeah, I'll just jump in. This is Amanda online here. I think, you know, when we talk about just staff and safety, the piece that I saw is the staff are trained and there's a plan to offer adaptive equipment as needed. Also, it noted the staff have backgrounds in recreation, like adaptive, inclusive techniques. So I think that's a really important piece of it, based upon the goals that they're trying to accomplish. And then the other thing too that Jim already noted was the opportunity for incorporating nature, like hands-on opportunities. So there's, like he mentioned, that the crafting to actual activities. So I think that spectrum of how to engage youth is really important to different types of experiences. So
I also scored this. It looked like they had a good staff to client ratio. And I thought their answer with the EKO initiative was good. I didn't think their sustainability response was all that clear and how they would keep the program sustainable, but they've been around for a while, so they must be able to sustain themselves. And I thought their program evaluation response was good. And again, the accessibility and adaptive response seemed like it was really good. And they had good collaboration.
All right, if there's nothing else on that one, we can move to next. And that one is Healthy Communities and Scholarship, Youth Olympic Legacy Foundation. I scored this one, and I mean, the Olympic Legacy Foundation does not get enough recognition for what they do in this space. They help so many kids get exposed to a lot of different outdoor activities, especially from backgrounds that just need a lot of extra help. So really, really cool to see them. And they've got programming just ongoing all the time and a lot of outreach. So very much in favor of this one. And I noticed too that it probably has more total youth served than any other of the ones that we'll be considering. 3,500 is what they put down here. So, Jim, did you score this one as well? Or did James? I think it was James. James. No. I don't think James is back with us yet. But anyway, anybody else that scored it? Amanda, yeah.
Or no, sorry, this is the next one.
Nope.
My bad. On healthy communities.
And it looks like there's only 2 X's here, so I don't know.
Yeah,
There was-
Jason, James, and Joan.
Oh, Joni, do you remember scoring the Olympic Legacy Foundation one?
Caroline, I got really nervous. I was like, I did not remember that one. So thank you. It was like,
Let me remind myself here.
Yeah, they're up at Soldier Hollow quite a bit, and at the Park City Center, the ratio, 7-to-1 ratio, really, really good. And they've got a great connection to Every Kid Outdoors and a great connection to our division, and they've been great partners.
Oh, yeah. They do amazing work. This is what I wrote for.
It's mostly just scholarships for their.
Yeah.
programming.
And they do serve a lot of kids, and especially those that are often underserved. So I did like that part. I was a little bit unclear on exactly what and how they were going to teach the kids. You know, they didn't, I'm sure they have a great stewardship program, but they didn't really expound a lot on it. And so I was a little lost on that, but.
Yeah, it's super hands-on, a lot of
Yeah.
experiential learning going on, and a lot
Yeah.
of really good ratio. Like I said, 7-to-1 ratio for staff to kid, and good tie into Every Kid Outdoors too. So
And I did love that they served a lot of kids, and I think I probably would have made it a higher funding priority, but they serve a lot of kids, but they've got a lot of resources, but clearly I got hung up on that a little more than maybe I should.
well, I think their program sustainability is going to be
Yeah,
excellent, especially considering the fact that our
yeah,
2034 games are going to be coming, and
Yeah.
that foundation. I don't think there's any other Olympic host city in the world that has done what they've been able to do in terms of keeping our venues kind of alive and running, and using them for things like this. It's been amazing. Okay, then if there's nothing else on that one. Next one is reconnecting Paiute youth to ancestral homelands. Camp Quanat Piyum Eagle Heart Camp from the Paiute Indian tribe. James is not here to help me with my pronunciation, but anyway. Anybody recall evaluating this?
If we could pause on this one till James comes back, that would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do that. Good idea, Amanda.
Okay,
Put a
thank
pin
you.
there. Yeah, and let's go to Outward Bound Moab Valley Multicultural Center Youth Outdoors Initiative, Colorado Outward Bound School.
That's also James.
Oh, that's also James. Maybe we'll wait on that
yeah,
one.
they had like 2 low scores and then 1 high, so I'm
Yeah.
curious about that one.
Yeah, I'd be
I
curious to
didn't love
hear.
that one. We can wait for James.
Okay,
But
let's wait
as
for
well-
James
Oh, I
on that
had that one.
So then, all right, how about the Trails Foundation of Northern Utah Children's Trail Education Initiative? Amanda, you scored that one.
Sorry, too many screens open. Let me just pull it up here.
Take your time, you're good.
Mhm.
That's where that
All
one.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, Trails Foundation. What was the
Expanding outdoor.
number? Yeah,
uh,
sorry, I've got it.
Number is
numbers.
3753.
Yeah, I have it here on this.
3753.
While you're looking, maybe Eddie, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of the TFNU organization. So I was kind of biased going into it. I know that a lot of the inside information wasn't included here, such as the trail they're building at, in Ogden at, like the 29th Street area. I think it was great. I think they did some amazing work. The challenge they had is that they had not yet secured the location to deliver the program, because I think it's in flux. They just acquired like 100 acres. It's a lot of acres right at the, we're adjacent to the forest up there. So I know that's in the works. I only know that wasn't in the program, but I knew that from meeting with them. It's the only concern I had was it didn't really, and this goes back to my earlier point about I wasn't sure about the type of data they're collecting. They talked about leaving a trace again, but didn't really kind of talk about the specific skills in there. And I gave them another tool, like I mentioned earlier, the American Camp Association Youth Outcome Batteries, a possibility to measure affinity for nature. So that was kind of one of their message they were doing.
What is the program? What are they doing?
There is just like it's an they're doing youth education. They're just going to bring kids to the trailhead and do interpretive activities, hikes, everything from this new trail they're building, which is being done literally this spring.
They're working with the school district, they're working with nonprofits,
Yeah.
Boys and Girls
They have
Clubs.
a ton of partners. They have some great.
Lot of partners.
It's a great organization. That's
Long
one
list of partners, yeah.
Going in.
That's super helpful because I was super confused, just how it's written, and I'm glad you're an advocate for it because I just based upon it was confusing to me. It seems like they're increasing capacity in the organization through the trail, like user education program, but it was confusing to me of like there's a lot of ideas. But as far as like what are they actually doing? They talked a lot about curriculum and activities, but at the same time, I didn't understand the deliverables. Like they have possession of a space, but like interactive. So yeah, if you know more about it, super helpful.
Yeah, it wasn't in the proposals, you're right. It's only because I've met with them.
Yep.
That's why I knew
Yeah,
that.
that's a fair point, Amanda, because I know it's the same thing. They talk about some things, but they don't have any specifics on, is that part of this? Like, for example, their outreach efforts. Like they talk about how great outreach is and that they need to do it, but they're not saying we plan to do this or that. So yeah.
Yeah, I was super confused and I think it's great, but I scored it lower just because I didn't really understand what it's actually going to do. So sorry for the folks. Was that Eddie that was talking?
Oh, yes, it was that. Yeah. No, don't
Yeah,
apologize.
sorry, Eddie. I know
No.
you, if you know them and all the great things they're doing, just from the actual proposal, it was super confusing to me as far as what they were trying to actually accomplish. So.
And I really love the fact they basically have a quiz or like what did you learn requirement. They got to fill out a form and they fill it out before and then they fill it out after and they compare and see what they've achieved in terms of the program objectives.
Yeah, even in that space, I was having a hard time of how that would be accomplished. So they have a plan, but it seems really scattered.
This
So.
is their first year, I think, of doing this.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so this is their first year. So man, that may be part of it too, is maybe they do have a lot of ideas. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And that's totally fair, Jason. I totally understand that. And I respect the fact that Eddie knows the partners, and I would definitely default to you, Eddie, on I appreciate you sharing as much as you did because yeah, that just helps to dive into the weeds a little bit more of who they are and what they're trying to accomplish. So
I think what the most compelling piece of this, besides the fact they're just a great organization and they have some amazing, passionate volunteers, is their huge list of supporters.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very long list of various nonprofits and
It's like, in
educators.
order, it's like leaving a trace. Everyone wants to be involved with them because of the amazing things they're doing.
Mhm.
But to Amanda's point, it wasn't really well articulated in the application. So.
Yeah, I agree. Just gonna see if I can find that list of supporters. Anyway, anything else on that one then?
List of all their partners there.
Yeah, there's a list of partners. I mean, it is impressively long.
Wow.
And they've been around for a long time.
They do really good work.
I did put that in the notes, Jason. I did say great list of partners. So I did appreciate them leveraging, you know,
So, okay. Then Jefferson Junior High, expanding outdoor opportunities for Jefferson Junior High, Granite School District. See, Ryan has not made it back, right? No, he's there.
Yeah, I think he is.
You know,
Let's see who else we have on this.
Anybody,
I read this one.
what did you think, Jim?
Well, I have my very brief notes here because I wasn't summarizing it. It basically says it's taking kids from Kearns outside up into the mountains. You know, look at the actual application. I like it though. I didn't dislike it.
Where did it say where they're taking them?
I think just here, like, you know, maybe a little cottonwood or something, but I'd have to read it.
I was just kind of wondering about
I wasn't prepared to.
the
Forgetting buses.
Solitude for
Yeah.
snowshoeing, Momentum Climbing Gym, and Antelope Island are their 3 trips. I noted that 3 trips out of their list are for indoor rock climbing. And the alternative activities were not super inclusive.
The reason why we probably put indoor rock climbing is because of risk management.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sure, that's why.
Yeah,
And
they don't-
we're
they don't-
fine with that one.
Yeah.
Exception because it provides the skills in a safe environment that they can then use outside later in life, and it may turn them on to climbing.
I can
Yeah.
totally see that. And,
Yeah.
and then you can get around the insurance issue too, by
Yeah.
having momentum
Yeah.
carry that insurance.
And during
liability.
the school year, a lot of times the weather's not conducive for rock climbing, right?
True.
Yeah.
So
And you need buses and a lot of other things to actually take that outside. It's
Yep.
expensive.
It is a
So-
gateway, and even though it does take place under a roof, most of the time, it's one that I definitely view as part of our portfolio. And
Especially now, like the climbing for kids is booming, like mountain
It is.
biking.
Oh, yeah. No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
yeah,
Those are
we've
just
got
my cliff notes on it.
USA Climbing is headquartered in Salt
And they're
Lake,
building,
and I
yeah.
mean, and they're, yeah, so I mean,
Momentum's
it's.
building another gym.
Oh, are they?
they've got one in
Yeah.
Fort Union now.
Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You can go ahead, Ryan.
Go ahead, Ryan.
And there's your PE
Hey,
curriculum.
sorry about my mic. There was a quote in their summary that said, and I threw it in the chat, but it was 42% of the kids have never been hiking, 67% had never been rock climbing, 85% had never been snowshoeing. When we were talking about before, like trying to minimize which ones are for kids that might not need this opportunity. This one just screams of what a good use of funds getting kids who don't have access to the outdoors.
Yeah, those
Out
are
of all the school ones, this is probably the best one out of all of them.
really, yeah, I'd love to see those numbers change.
Well,
Well, I mean, that applied for the UCORE grant, this, what they're doing, I'm like, ooh, like that.
And we're
I was
talking about,
supposed to do
and we're
that.
talking about they're doing indoor rock climbing, but as a percentage of the budget, most of it is actually getting the kids up to Solitude and having them do stuff up there. And transportation. I mean, that's where the budget is.
Transportation is expensive.
Yeah.
It is,
But
but
I'm saying
it's
it is, I mean, the
critical.
momentum is $1,500 basically. In the big scheme of things, it's Antelope Island and Solitude is right.
Yep, well, buses aren't cheap, but that's how you get them there.
When if you figure Kearns, the population distribution,
Yeah.
demographics there, a lot of Pacific Islanders in Kearns area, they're not accustomed to snow sports in general, even though they've lived here, right?
I don't know.
So this is a good introduction to kids of different ethnic origins, I think.
Yeah, who did, someone scored this one low. It wasn't me. I was one of the high scorers. Who didn't like
I
it?
thought I did high as well, but I did mark them. I think I gave them a 4 in the collaboration out of 5, just because they only had the Ron McBride Foundation as their only note, I thought, for collaboration.
Gotcha. And I scored on the lower side with the Granite School District, with it being mostly it was the indoor that was pulling me away from it. So I could be flexible on that because I think it is a good starting point.
Yep.
I think just one point, it's been,
Indoor,
It was indoor rock climbing,
rock
but
climbing and snowshoeing and what else?
and Antelope Island, probably hiking, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it is a good mix, and if you're gonna try to spread it out over the school year, you will have to you'll have to go snowshoeing. Your shoulder season is gonna have to have something like indoor rock climbing.
I was gonna say, we have support from the assistant principal to do reporting. And I think one thing I've heard from teachers is that principals and administration is the hardest barrier to get through when you have an excited teacher. So I just think to recognize that administration is on board with this is a huge win for a teacher that's excited about it.
Yep.
That's fair.
And to hear Terry say it, it's the best one in the list.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the other,
I like
Goes a
it.
long way.
I feel like there was a PE teacher involved.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, that's good stuff.
Threw out her own. I mean, come on, let's be real.
I threw out the field trip. Let's go to the zoo one
Mhm. Well,
or, this. I really like this.
your objectivity is
Oh, yeah.
appreciated.
so Ryan, this is Tara, I would just say, since I'm just commenting, I'm not scoring, that having been once in a PTA presidency, trying to get partners, it's not easy. I am a little better about doing that and was able to get partners. I can't imagine a West Side school having somebody like our PTA that can help make that possible as well. So, that's just, but hey, if Primary Children's wants to help.
But
I have-
I hear you. It is a really good opportunity for UCORE funding.
All right. Anything else on that one? The next one on the list is one that Jeff kind of brought up early in the process, the Adaptive Recreation for Children with Disabilities, National Ability Center. So anything else on that one? Okay. Then there's one left on our list without going back to those that we need James's input on. Outdoor recreation camps for kids with disabilities and special medical needs, Camp Gustopolis. Another returner from last year that didn't quite make it on some of their submissions. Got a high and a low in terms of funding. All right.
I'm on this one.
All right, you want to tell us about it?
So, yeah, so Camp K is a camp up the canyon, and they're proposing to serve 60 kids who will each receive a $250,000 scholarship. And, sorry, well.
We're sending them to PhD.
Wow. So 60 kids will each receive a $250 scholarship out of a total cost of services of $1,500. And so this was kind of the big kicker for me, is just like, is this really going to make a difference for your average kid? I'm the one who scored it low. And I did because I felt like if a parent still has to show up with $1,200 to attend the camp, that's pretty significant if we're just doing scholarships for a subset. And then on their letters of support, those parents were also talking about how they donated and added money, which made me feel like their supporting parents were also affluent. I don't want to judge just on that, but that was kind of an overwhelming feeling I had, is like some of these kids that we're serving really have no other access. And I'm not sure that's the case in this state.
I was a grader on that one too, and I don't think I was that thrilled because of the same reasons. I was like, usually, I mean, the total costs to provide services is $1,500. The kids will receive $250 scholarship. For someone from a low income family, even $250 is expensive. I mean, that's some groceries. So that was where I was biting my cheek on that.
Yeah, and they do have, I don't know, I was just kind of looking at some of the numbers, and they've got some good merits. This is one of those that's kind of, we talked about it earlier with some of these bigger organizations that do have, what's a program? Well, for them, they've interpreted what is a program differently, because they're only listing 18,000 of the 15,000. But really, it is one of those bigger organizations. They do have a lot of supporters. We are potentially one of them. So with that in mind, I would compare them from an apples and apples standpoint to some of those bigger organizations, and it doesn't measure up. So.
Yeah, you could compare it to National Ability Center,
Yeah.
because they've been around a long time.
Exactly. They in their response on Every Kid Outdoors, they just copied and pasted from the mission of Every Kid Outdoors.
Yeah.
So,
And what I would have expected to see too is, or I would have hoped to see, was like a sliding scale, where if some of these members, some of these participants are super affluent and some are not, then maybe you could see these parents who are able to pay more, and kids who can't pay anything could have gotten a full scholarship. 60 kids getting 250 to me doesn't make that equitable access. And I would have liked to see them address that.
Okay.
I mean, this is a conversation for the UORIC as well. Camp K is applied just every year with just minimal success. And I wonder just what we can tell them in terms of changing their program to be more competitive.
But it seems like you've made those efforts, right? You guys have talked to them quite
And
a
they,
bit.
Patrick understood, like they know
don't
when to
respond.
apply, they know the application cycle's open, but we never get to talk to them, even though we have attempted. So I just hate for them to, year after year, write applications. It's not an easy thing to do. And we just they're maybe not aligned, and how can we make them more aligned? So yeah, just something I think.
Well,
we
they've
need to think
been
about.
around long enough, they probably have somewhat stable grant person, I would hope.
This
so they
one's
would
like a
know.
new one this year that
Oh.
we've worked with in the past, so I think they have big funders from other foundations that they typically get money from, and then kind of throw their hat in with us and just can't give it to them.
I love your sliding scale comment. I think that one resonated with me a lot.
Yeah,
You
need-based.
can either do it or you can't.
So
And
mostly
that's
it's just the
exactly
funding,
it.
in your opinion,
That's what-
Katie.
Yeah, for
If
me,
they
it was
could
most of
give
the,
it more.
my decision was based mostly on the funding and the letters of support also having me feel like this is more affluent and it maybe isn't equitable across the board.
Okay. Yeah, that's good feedback. We can get done.
City programs, they provide scholarships for kids that can't do it, you know, and they allocate so many scholarships to hand out to, and I'm wondering if that's what these guys need to do.
Cause you guys at WAS don't, like, it is a sliding scale.
So
That's
they
how it
do,
operates,
yeah,
right?
we do a sliding scale and we do, and then we also have, it's a sliding scale, pay what you can. We'll give them a suggested amount that's like a third of the cost of what the actual cost of a lesson. But people can do more or less. And then we also do if you don't meet the income level that would normally like be like a check mark scholarship, which 90% of our participants do. But if they don't, and they write a letter and say why there's like an extra reason, which is like, we may have a normal income, but we have 2 kids who both have heart surgeries every other year. We're like, yeah, you're good. You know, so we even have a place where you can appeal. It's not an appeal, but it's like, you can tell us your story and we can see why it makes a lot of sense for your family to have a scholarship.
Yeah, that's a good
Okay.
approach.
But yeah, the sliding scale, or I honestly might have felt really good about funding this if it was, we're only gonna give out 20 scholarships for 100%,
Right, I was
and
wondering.
anybody can be in this program
For free.
for
completely.
free, because
Yeah.
that barrier is just making it, so many of the families that I know that I work with that have these disabilities and things going on in their lives, if it's $100 or $1,000, they can't do it now.
Okay.
And if they could even make their time,
So
so.
feedback would be smaller,
Mhm.
grouping of people getting
For-
funded for more amounts.
And I would say, so like, so the funding can be spread across different economic levels too, is kind of what I was aiming for. So there
Okay.
was a zero.
Thanks, Amanda.
I know people say stuff about getting skin in the game, but families with disabilities, they have skin in the game.
They have more than skin in the game.
So that is the list that we kind of talked about going through, with the exception of the 2 that we were waiting for James to weigh in on, the Paiute Tribe one and the Moab Multicultural Center. So has he not joined us yet?
No.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to just try? Yeah, do we want to try just giving him a call or a text? I'm sure he knows to come back and he's busy, but I want to respect like
Yeah.
him weighing in on these.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
I have his work phone only that I tried earlier, but I can try it again.
Okay, thanks, Caroline.
Saunter for a minute.
Just give him a little.
Has anyone ever been and did a visit at Camp K?
I've been there.
I've been there.
Yeah, like we got to do a tour because like, we've been working with them for a long time now, and they've applied to a lot of our programs. And most of the time, it's just not a good fit. You know, it's like out of rec, but they want to do some like just something that isn't necessarily out of rec.
Build an amphitheater.
But yeah, we've talked to them so many times, and like we really do like reach out almost specifically to them before the hey, let's talk, show us everything you got, let's work on this, let's strategize. And I want it to be a success, and I want them to have like great applications. But I mean, the work when we did this type of day, it was just so inspiring. And like Mircea, if anybody know him, like just him walking around that campus, he's just so beloved by like all of the kids there, all of the staff. And this is a really special place. Can we talk about how you can better show how this place is special and how these funds are going to be used? Because I was even reviewing some of his letters. I think a couple of years ago, he was sending letters from like Representative John Curtis, but they were from like, I don't know, like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And these ones I just didn't have dates on it as well. I think one was talking about like 2019 or 2017. So yeah, they definitely.
He kind of has a business and fundraising mentality, and I don't think that's bad, but it may or may not align with state grant.
I think he focuses on volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he focuses a lot on the fundraising.
Well, but that's what I mean, volume of fundraising.
Yeah.
His fundraising approach is like shotgun everywhere, to get.
Yeah, and they have good stories, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's appealing to a lot of philanthropists.
Yep.
So, but I guess my point is, I don't think this type of thing mechanism is probably as strength for us. to
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
I mean, we've certainly denied more funding to them than given, but we have given them funding. Like we've helped, we supported outdoor classroom. I think we did maybe a trail restoration. Is that the one that got awarded last year? I'm trying to remember. They sent like, I think 3
I think
applications
it's
in
been
last
like
year
a
to our outdoor
pavilion
program.
and outdoor classroom.
Yeah. So they have.
So they got those.
They
those
have
two.
received
That's
support.
good,
Yeah,
okay.
they've-
And I'm glad, because there's not a lot of the nonprofits that we're looking at here, a lot of the different people who are requesting funds here, they can't necessarily buy stuff. They because if you're with a school, you can't always store it, and you can't always have a place for it and things like that. And so when they're paying for programming, this is the grant that can pay for programming, and most of the others can't. They'll just buy
Right.
stuff.
I
But
gave,
this is the progress grant.
This is the best.
grant.
This grant pays for people. It's
I
so
love
good.
this grant.
Yeah.
That was awesome. You,
I didn't answer, so I chatted him, but
well, I guess, I mean, we can talk about them still. I'd love to have his input on them. First of all, on personal level, I think this, anything that we can do for, Native American youth is incredibly important. Like, I think that's one group that just, we just can't help enough, honestly. Now, so the merits of the programming itself, I think is really high up there for me. I'm a little bit curious, because I know that the funding priority scoring is quite different between the Paiute one and the Outward Bound one, so I'd be interested to hear folks' perspective. Did anybody score both of those and have the ability to compare them?
I did Outward Bound.
Does
Paiute.
anybody remember scoring low on the Outward Bound one? And if so, any
I did.
insights there?
I did not need to pull it up. I think it might have come down to, pull my notes real quick.
Well, coming back to the
Um,
Paiute application, the Paiutes as a community are just really desperate situation overall. And as far as social services, natural resources, education.
Water.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
I mean, that's the thing about this that I love is that they've got 15 other things that are like life important, and that they're putting emphasis on this means I want to encourage that. I want to incentivize that as much as we can.
Yeah, of all the nations in Utah, they are in probably one of the worst situations of all.
How many kids did it say that would address?
30, I think, for which one?
Maybe 30. For the Paiute one is 30.
The other one, the Outward Bound one is 18 to
It's-
20.
Yeah, so Outward Bound only serves 18 to 20 youth. The outreach plan they had was very limited. It seems like it'd probably end up being the same small group of kids every year from the same area. And then I really, just from the accessibility issues, I didn't love how they said they would deal with adaptive. They
Yeah.
said that they have essential eligibility criteria that apply to all their programs, ensuring the safety and success of every participant. If the youth is unable to meet these criteria, we implement a screening process to explore adaptive measures that can facilitate their participation. And for me, that says we screen for disabilities.
Correct.
You know,
I
like,
think that's
and
correct.
provide something that's alternate. And while sometimes there are alternate things that this one, they're just not gonna have a lot of people on the river. There are other things that can be done. You can have a plan to have a support person with you. You can have a plan to have a different river itinerary. You can have plans. We can get people on the water, and it didn't look like they were actually willing to incorporate that, anything extra to go beyond, but to screen out instead.
Very good insight.
Yeah, I think that's the one I was not happy with too on the adapted. I was like, oh, they just wrote something to fill in the spot, but they haven't planned for any adapted people to show up, people with disabilities to show up.
Yeah, they said we screen and then we invite them.
Yeah.
So, you know, I did reach out to the Indian Tribe Paiute because they had 0 matching dollars, and they said they could potentially put in $1,000 of in kind is their only availability. They have no cash to put in, just so you're aware.
I'm not surprised.
Which,
No,
yeah,
not a-
I think.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me
That's
at all.
not necessarily a negative. It might actually
Yeah.
show what the need really
I
is.
think you're right. Yeah, I think that's true.
I had a question about them. There were the ones that I reviewed too, and I mean, they were an amazing application, and you already highlighted the concern of the lack of cash, but I mean, they're literally, it's designed for outdoor activities to around low-level skills like how to pitch a tent. I mean, this is just a great opportunity, but do they need a nonprofit ID to be applicable?
We can fund tribal organizations.
Tribal government.
Yes.
Thank you. That was my only question, really.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, right, we had that question last year. We couldn't fund the state and the federal
That was the one out
organization.
of state. That was.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a new, Autumn has a new camp. So last year we funded the K camp. So there's the Y and K camp that we partner with them. And then this is a new, Autumn's working on a new PITU camp. So you can see like Eagle Heart Camp. So yeah, I think a lot of the opportunity, again, I think folks spoke to supporting tribal youth, providing that support to the tribe. So.
Okay. So we've discussed that whole list. So now would be the time to look at a little bit narrower window of them and move forward with one or three or whatever grouping someone feels like they want to do.
You did approve Utah Outlet.
And yep, the UAC one is already on the list. Correct. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was going to be my question. Because did we move, I'm sorry, just to clarify, did we move a couple up or just one then?
Just that one. Do you?
Okay.
Yeah,
So it
Okay,
sounds
thank
like
you.
had at least 2 or 3 that people that reviewed them didn't like. So should we start with those and just say no to those?
I would rather us do it in a more affirmative way, which would be, how about these 3 minus that one, or this grouping minus
I
that?
see.
So I think we know what you're talking about then. Just to clarify, we can talk about it. Jeff, what are those 2 that you're going to
Well,
identify?
it sounds like the Outward Bound program. was
The Outward
that
Bound one
was
is kind of questionable, right?
questionable, right?
And so is the elementary school one. Mountainside Elementary, is that the one?
All-inclusive learning.
Yeah, all-inclusive learning had estimates by it.
Yep. Yeah, so
at Camp K.
we can keep that in mind as we make motions that those 2 aren't particularly appealing. And
I think those are pretty great. Mountainside, Colorado, and Camp K.
Right.
oh yes, and then Camp K one too. So 3 of them that we could just kind of keep in mind as if you make a motion, keep in mind those didn't have very much enthusiasm behind them.
And previously you said if we funded all of the applicants in this upper section of then we would be over the amount.
Basically, I think if we excluded those 4, meaning the 3 that were kind of unappealing and also the UAC one, we'd still be under the 300 or 500,000.
That's what I was wondering, Jason, if we could just, before we start diving into the conversations, if we could see the budget and itemize based upon that first, if that would be all right.
Sure.
Kind of see where we're at. If we took those 3 orange highlighted one, or whatever that color is, yellowish orange out.
My sheet doesn't have one.
Sorry, I know. These are, I wanted them to be colored. You could look up here.
No, Caroline, it's great. I'm just making fun of my new laptop, sorry.
We
Anyway.
don't have black and white paper copies here, unfortunately. because the printer was-
Oh, sorry, it's the
But it's
one on
online.
yeah,
That's
the 3 on the
what
screen, sorry, thank you.
131.
Jason, can you confirm, so we're talking about, there's 8 that we're moving forward potentially right now?
So yeah, you want me to read them one by one?
In this news group, I think I got it, just to clarify.
Let's
there's
see.
8.
Yes, that's correct.
Very close.
Yeah.
So if we
I
were
think that
to
one was-
eliminate 3 or 4 from this group, then does that leave opening for 3 or 4
Yeah, it probably does, Jeff.
down below where?
Here's the numbers. So there we are. I mean, we're basically there. If that's what we decided to do, we would probably not.
Okay.
So I guess before we close this conversation, I would say there are ones below that people wanted to be like, hey, this was really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good move, Jim. So that's good to know. We've talked about those. We kind of have some,
We go, oh.
some context.
Totally, it's $8,000.
Yeah. So with with that suggestion, Jim, I think that's a good idea. Are there any in that remaining list that are particularly appealing and, or that you feel like you need to
How much money is
advocate
left?
for?
8,000. 8,000?
That's if we approve all those.
Right, yeah.
Carrie, because keep in mind, we could make a motion that says, how about that, all of those 8 minus this one? I mean, we could,
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not read this, but it was at the bottom down here, but only because I know this surge to youth mountain biking right now. I'd be interested to hear a little more about the city of Orem youth mountain biking. 2 reasons. One, I'm advocating for it as a youth sport, but also it's pretty low budget. So I don't know if that plays into the equation, but I don't know. I didn't review it. And the cost was equally like high, medium, and low. So I don't know if to speak to that maybe.
I
yeah.
reviewed that one.
I
That's
reviewed
one, they
that
just
one.
wanted the trailer.
What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, that's the one.
They wanted a trailer.
It's kind of
Oh,
a team mountain bike
Oh, yeah.
thing.
But it was the actual city of Orem. And they have been working on their infrastructure
Yeah.
to build, trails and stuff for people. I think I was actually okay with it. And usually I'm kind of like, mountain biking. But
Well, I
this
just, I mean, I
one,
know that
I was like,
my son's 30 since years, had 2 things that probably some of you know too, that I was really most impressed with as a sport is it just surpassed youth soccer. Utah has the largest number of high school mountain bikers in the country. And every single kid rides a bike in races. You don't get cut. Whatever color you are, what size you are, you're a Walmart bike or a $5,000 carbon bike, you're riding. To me, it says something about, I didn't know what they're asking for, for sure, but I just wanted to know more about it because I think it's very timely. And maybe it doesn't fit, but I just wanted to know more about it before we dismiss it because it was pretty far down the bottom of the list, but you got, 1 of each 4, so it's worthy of this hearing.
the one thing that I did appreciate about this mountain biking is they're teaching some things, not just mountain biking, not just racing. So they're teaching bike repair and maintenance and safety, but also the stewardship, to respect the natural resources. What does that look like for a mountain biker? Because you could go off trail and just start damaging stuff. So this one, I was like, maybe I took my medicine that day and I was happy.
Yeah.
Well, they applied last year and,
They
they didn't get
Did they
funded
get it?
last year.
Did you not get it?
No.
Was it for the same request?
Yes, it was almost identical. They did amend and embellish their application a little bit from last year, but not much.
But did they do what was asked, I guess, my question. In other words, here are the
Did they do it without
recommendations. What?
You mean, did they do it without our funding?
No.
Did they follow the instructions?
They weren't awarded. They would reapply. Did they follow the recommendations of the committee?
Yeah, I thought it was, didn't we discuss?
Great
it?
memory, Jeff.
I know,
can't
I'm
even
like,
remember
what
this
did you
one,
do?
I'll be
Oh, it
honest.
was because I reviewed it last year and this year.
It's that forensic accountant in him.
Maybe
Yeah,
that
I
speaks
can
to
look it
something
up.
too. People that came back, reapplied and did what was asked.
I think this one was also because it seemed like it was a little bit more of wasn't this team mountain biking and rather than mountain biking, outdoor recreation
No, I
mountain
think it's a
biking.
team. That's what I'm saying. I think, is it not a high, is it part
The
of?
high,
Is
it's,
it a high school
This
mountain
is the
biking or is
city
it
It's the
a
city.
park and
Yeah.
rec teaching?
Yeah,
skills?
is this, I don't think this is NICA connected, is it?
This is not
I don't know.
connected to a team. It looks like it's connected to the city of Orem.
Yeah, like a park and rec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
park and
Yeah.
rec.
Last year.
Yeah.
That's great too.
it's the same application,
I
but
think that's why I liked it so
they
much.
Yeah.
improved
It's
their
like-
narrative a little bit
And park and
from last
rec-
time.
They
Yeah.
have the scholarships where they give people and. It's
Yeah.
But
not all
you
about
scored
it.
it last year as well, actually.
Say again?
You scored it last year as high.
Oh,
uh-huh.
I'm consistent.
So
You're a fan of mountain biking.
it is City of Orem and they say new youth education program in mountain biking.
Yeah, well, that's what they said
Intro
last year.
classes, Familiarization.
Yeah,
That's exactly what they said
Yeah.
last year, a new program.
Yeah.
it's not a racing team.
Brant and
No, there
Mount
was the one from
Timpanogos
Southern
Park.
Utah. that
Is
was the
there
Yeah,
racing
that
team.
was
any-
a racing.
Jeff, did you see anything about wilderness first aid or first aid training with the trailer? That was Eddie's comment.
Yeah, they added to their narrative this time, so that I saw that as at least a small plus, that they actually took time to not just completely copy and paste from last year, but most of it was copy and pasted from last year's application.
I think it's okay to an extent as long as they did what was asked. That's my
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
reviewer standpoint. And
Yeah.
a grant writer, that's my,
Yeah.
if you can do it, I do it, then, what's not.
Yeah, I think
And
what
I
you're
do
saying,
like their line here.
Jeff, your words are, it counts for small. I think your point is that the fact that they were responsive to the feedback means a lot more. So I mean, it's about what we need to figure out is like, how much is that worth in terms of our evaluation?
Yeah, I think the other comment from Joan last year was, I would like to see measurement of success flushed out
Yeah,
more.
they
So was
didn't
there a
have that.
better
Very good.
measurement technique this year.
I do like that they're saying that
77
this
three.
funding will be used to purchase mountain bike equipment for youth that can't provide their own. So that's interesting to me. It's not just like we're trying to get the whole team to have the same bike.
Sure.
We're trying
Make sure
to
we get it.
make sure that these other kids can play.
And remember, this is not a team. This is a rec program.
Yeah,
Right.
that's fine too. I
Right.
think it's good. Maybe it's a gateway to a high school team, right?
Mhm.
Maybe it's a younger. Again, there's a personal bias here because I'm advocating for disease sport, but
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean I just was asking other questions I was informed about. Although I reviewed it last year and liked it.
I think there are 6 total from Utah County. And this is one of them. It's the lowest scoring of the Utah County, obviously, but
What I like is they built the infrastructure. So they had that in mind and they have it, the whole program in mind.
Well, they have 2 locations where they do this training. And then the ones after they've had the basic training, they get to go to the mountain bike park. What I have in here is that they had an adequate UKO answer. They had what would probably be okay adult to client ratio because of the activity. They had a good recruitment and outreach plan. They included some principles that others didn't, the Forever Mighty principles, as well as Leave No Trace. And of course, they're educating right there at the facility, hands-on training for the bike maintenance and safety.
They have fee waivers too.
They have fee waivers.
And there are other ones on.
The data collection plan didn't seem to be very robust. The safety plan seemed to be okay. They didn't really have an answer for barriers to accessibility, they were not going to do any adaptive.
Yeah.
I think that was a weak point last year. That's now I recall.
And as far as adaptive biking, I will say that that's a pretty all-inclusive thing to tackle.
It's a
To,
hard
to
one.
be able to own that space. I think we have one rider who just started riding an adaptive bike, started riding with us and then got his team to bring it in on his high school mountain bike team. But it can be very hard to accommodate that without a fleet of bikes you can modify.
Well, they say their trails are designed for special needs participants, but then they're not providing the special needs equipment.
They may be buying that out of their own budget.
Well, yeah,
That's the
they
part we
didn't
don't
even
know.
include that.
Yeah.
Just like it's funny because this is the one where I'm like, to do what I would be asking them to do, you would need my entire department to do it. Like for someone to say I can accommodate any middle school, even one middle school aged kid, the size of bikes, the different styles of bikes, whether it's a 2 wheels in the back, 2 wheels in the front, kneeling for spinal cord injury or strapped in, the amount that you need to be able to choose from your fleet would have to be something like what I had to be able to do that, or you'd have to have an extra 12 to 15 grand to throw around every time you had a kid with a disability. So I do see it on this, that would be hard to
Oh,
do
yeah,
without
obviously.
building the whole nonprofit around it.
Do they have any good partners that as a letter?
It did not have a robust list of collaborators.
That could have been a smart move, right?
Yeah, that's what they
Somebody
need,
like-
yeah.
so,
So that would be the way to strengthen their application is. to-
Yeah, I was just doing a side by side comparison. Their budget's the exact same as
Exact
last year.
same.
They didn't change dates. And then they did have like a Bike Utah letter this year that I didn't see from last year. But I think the city of Orem was their other letter of support. So it was a fairly copy and paste, except for maybe a few of those.
Yeah, that's what I
like
said in my
additional
opening
things.
remarks, is they embellished their application a little bit, but it
Yeah.
was same.
So- Something else they could do is, there are grants available for kids to get their own bikes who have disabilities, and that might be something they could incorporate, is guiding a student through that process of applying for their own bike scholarship.
Okay.
And providing the opportunity to go through this training program if they have their own equipment,
Mhm.
right? And to go to the mountain bike course.
It sounds like these bikes would be for people who don't have their own, and they
Right.
are not providing adaptive bikes for
That's
people who
right.
don't have their own, but I would think that they would still be allowing people with their own adaptive bike to participate. You can correct me if I'm wrong there. I didn't see anywhere excluding it, but this, I'm not
Yeah, this grant's just about buying the 10
Yeah.
bicycles.
15 and helmets.
And you know, an adaptive bike would be the total cost of all of those 15.
Yeah.
One adaptive
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Amanda, did you have something?
Yeah, I think, Caroline, just correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that, after our feedback last year, you provided that to the applicants, right?
Yeah.
And then, so, I think just to build on what folks are saying in the room, they submitted very similar content. I think the ideas of working with groups within the state or nonprofits is really great. I think the point of, folks trying to go after grants. I'm not familiar, with the city of Orem's like grant program or what they have within their, community, their city, staffing. But I think maybe that's the feedback, like, hey, and maybe Katie, like some of the ideas that we're saying, like literally connecting them with some of the partners in the room. And then the other thing, what we're saying too is sometimes in the past, I swear there was one last year that said they were applying, but also going for grants to get bikes donated. So I think there's a level of like, hey, we're going to apply for this grant, but we're also trying to go after like maybe Specialized or Yeti or whatever the mountain bike company, because I know there are some of those opportunities as well. So again, not to slate what they're not doing, but even within what they're doing, I don't see some of the collaboration that folks are expecting in the room in the conversation.
Well, they are partnering with Bike Utah, and so Bike Utah is, probably a source for that type of support.
Totally.
So Bike Utah provides bikes for kids.
Bike Utah, they have a program where they take it around in vans for a temporary time.
Loaners.
Loaners. But it's like for 2 or 3 weeks. They don't get to keep them.
That's how I understood it, but unless they're doing a different program now, but
They could team up with the Utah Bike Collaborative, for example, that actually rehabilitates bicycles and donates them.
There's one out there, Provo as well.
Yeah, and they may,
Yeah, you're right.
they may be doing that, I don't know. But,
Yeah,
um,
it is hard to get bikes right now. A lot of the companies, I mean,
Well-
they can sell it at full price and they're, they have the back orders of 6 months at full price.
They don't
for
have that
quite a while.
anymore. That doesn't exist now. Most of them have excess inventory.
Yeah.
They say
They're
now
selling
might be
them
a
at
good
cost.
time to buy bikes.
Now's a
Maybe
great time.
eventually.
It's changed a lot in the last
Oh,
8
good.
months.
Last year we had trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
last year was
Yeah.
tight and it really cut off the demand.
I think these are all really good recommendations, and it's a lot of great recommendations, and we've discussed it for the $6,000 or excuse me, the amount they're asking for. So I would recommend we move on.
Good idea.
Sorry. That's I like mountain biking too, and I'm looking at a new Yeti. So there you go. But
So yeah, it looks like there were a couple though, James, a couple that you evaluated that we were looking for a little bit of insight from you on. The Eagle Heart Camp Quinantipium. Do you want to give any of your thoughts as you scored that one?
And I'm just going to jump in, James, before you start. Ryan and I did provide some basic feedback, but we requested that we kind of table until you were here for a more in-depth conversation. But we did say as far as supporting tribal youth in the outdoors. So thanks.
Okay, yeah, and again, sorry, I got pulled into another meeting, so my apologies for that. Yeah, so with this one, I rated it. I think let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, I did rate it high. I mean, I guess my notes it was vague. The application was kind of vague. There wasn't a lot of detail that was put into it. However, we've worked with the Paiute tribe in many instances, and so I know the capacity that the tribe has is pretty limited. As far as the programs that they're talking about, I mean, we were shared information of stuff that they've done in previous years, and so so based off of my knowledge, that's where my justification, I guess, for my rating came into play. I think it's good that they're interweaving traditional education when it comes to ecological, how to care for the land and things like that. I think is really important, and the fact that they're targeting their youth, I think it is good as well, because again, within Native communities, there's a high obesity issue that's there. And it looks like their program is focused on kind of addressing those issues. Were there any specific questions, concerns that committee members had?
I don't believe there was any concerns at all, other than what you've already kind of talked about. I just wanted to kind of hear your perspective on if you had any concerns. I think like you've mentioned, there's a population there that really could get a lot of benefit out of a program like this. So overall, good support.
Yeah. So overall, all around, I didn't have any major red flags other than, again, the detail of the narrative and things like that maybe wasn't as polished as some of the other applications. But again, my working with the tribe over the years is kind of, I know what they do, and they do provide quality programming for their youth, and the inclusion of their tribal elders to share that information with the next generation. I know that's something that the tribe has been working to revitalize, that cultural connection, and it looks like this is what this program that they're applying for is aiming to do. So with that in mind, that kind of justified my high funding recommendation.
Awesome. Thank you, James. Yeah, like I said, good support overall on that. And then the other one was the Moab Valley Multicultural Center from Outward Bound. You scored that one. We were interested to hear if you scored it low in funding priority and what your overall thoughts were.
Yeah, the Moab Outward Bound, I thought that was a pretty solid application in my opinion. Granted, the applicant is coming, they're out of state from Colorado, but they did emphasize within the application that this programming would be specific for Utah youth. And let's see, and I think it was focusing on, getting youth outside to do some rock climbing and rafting activities. Let me pull that up just to refresh my memory. Were there any questions or feedback? Well, what was the kind of the overall feedback from the group?
I think one of the concerns was just the number served, I think, is between 18 and 20, which was a concern. And then, Katie.
Oh, and then there was I noticed that they have this, what they call an essential eligibility criteria. They say it ensures safety and success for every participant. If a youth is unable to meet these criteria, we implement a screening process to explore adaptive measures to facilitate participation. But then they don't support that they have any ideas for how to do that or that they have a plan for that. And so it sounded more like a screening process than equitable access.
And I couldn't remember what we found in terms of their fee cost for participants. Was there some concern around that or no?
Camp K was the fee.
Oh, that's right.
I can look at Outward Bound and see what theirs is.
Yeah, within my notes, I did rate it as a high funding priority. I like again, the narrative was, I felt was pretty detailed. And then just including statements from former participants, I thought strengthened it. I mean, maybe offsetted some of the areas where there were weaknesses in the application. And the fact that they're working with the Moab Valley Multicultural Center, so they have a targeted group of populations. But again, I'm open if there are other concerns that were raised, do sound like valid concerns. So if we're wanting to put this maybe on a hold for funding, I'm supportive of that.
I just see reduces financial barriers. I don't see like a exact cost of what they're charging. Yeah, all program costs. Let's see.
And then, like you said, I guess the youth that are projecting to serve is pretty low, 18 to 20. So again, if we're looking at funding other programs that would have a greater reach, I think that those are important elements to keep in mind.
It's James, Terry, and Katie that reviewed it. So maybe it was Terry and the other one.
Okay.
Patrick, with those two that James reviewed, including the budget with those are like just shy of what it is.
Well, one of them,
Yeah, the Paiute.
Paiute one did, but not the Outward Bound one. Yep. All right, well,
So we're still at the point where we're $8,000 short of the,
we've only got 361,000 allocated so far. We've only
Right.
just discussed these, and so I guess what you're asking is if we approved all of those that we've discussed, yeah, we would be over the 500,000. So we do need to,
I think we were sort of leaning towards all but 1, 2, or 3 of these, right?
Yep.
And then that would leave us $8,000 short of the goal. So, because that's when we started going down to the city of Orem. You know, in terms of representing different parts of the state, there in that lower section of the middle, you have the Color Country Natural Resource Camp and also the Canyonlands Field Institute. Those two are taking place in the southeastern part of the state and are working in those counties that may not have a lot of grant money going to them yet.
and that, especially that Color Country one, I'll stay on that one for a minute because I read through that one and that's been going on for a really long time. They've got a great track record of success. It's one of those we talked about earlier. It's an overnight camp. They teach them a ton of stuff and that's kind of limited. That, you know, organizations with the ability to carry out that type of program are few and far between. They're a good partner with DNR, Wildlife Resources and others. Zion, I think, is a partner as well. So that one, I think.
And they partner with the Canyonlands Field Institute also for part of that programming. And so I reviewed both of those.
Starting them young, 3rd grade, I think that one has real merit in my mind. I don't know if there's any other, if we can stay on that one for just a minute, if there's any other comments on it.
Well,
Which one are we on?
I
So-
rated
Gooseberry, 3rd grade, Color Country Camp.
the Outward Bound one, and I think because it just serviced so little of people that I was like, why are we spending a ton of money on very few people?
Yeah, I agree.
You said Gooseberry was the one under consideration?
Color Country.
Yep, Color Country. Yep, sorry. You're right. Color Country, the camp.
What's the number? Sorry.
Outside
Get
Utah.
Outside Utah, and it is 3747. And I think ironically, of course, they only had 2 reviewers, but they only got 1 high mark. But they are a pretty good program, and they do partner with Canyonlands Field Institute, and they've been around for a long time, providing pretty good programming.
Yeah.
It was Eddie was the other reviewer on that one.
On
You're
Color
wanting
Country?
to- Yeah. Looks like you ranked it high. Good use of Leave No Trace. Long history of partnership, good measurement.
Those are my comments.
Yeah.
Great. I don't see that on my notes, but.
Oh, well, I think also wilderness first aid, I guess, safety again was a consideration for that one. If I'm looking at the right one, Color Country.
What is their Liberty?
Washington
37,
County
Get
is the,
Outside
37.
Utah is the organization.
It sounds like something I would say, though. I have my list of written all those, I don't have them down.
Okay, well, maybe someone else did it in your name.
Look up on that webpage.
that's just a prank. Yeah. So again, that one's good. The other one that I thought we would probably want to talk about just a little bit is the one in Emery County, the Joe's Valley Fest Summer Camp.
The bouldering.
Yeah, because it's the only one in Emery County and that part of the state, I think, is a little bit underrepresented in not just this grant, but others.
We did fund this last year, so I was curious by what changed, what thoughts we had for feedback for them, because they did run a program with our funding from last year. I don't have too many details on how it went, but know
They
that it
haven't been
is
reimbursed yet, so,
underway, yeah. Same with the Gooseberry 3rd grade, if there's just any feedback about, hey, they got awarded last year, but didn't have as strong of an application this year.
I think one of the concerns on that one, honestly, the Gooseberry Third is it's the Forest Service. Forest Service doesn't have any seasonals this year. They're going to be short staffed altogether. So that's a concern for me.
Like, yeah.
Just cut them while they're down.
For Brian Carter.
I will say I attended this program this year and it is incredible. And the Forest Service, all their branches come together and they do a whole, I mean, it's a week-long, all intense thing. And I think some of the feedback that I did see from evaluators was that they're just asking for like backpacks this year. They're gonna run the program regardless. It's just a matter of kind of some extras that get thrown in from us. We funded like tables and pavilions last year. So I will say, I think it'll run without us,
And it's only 8,500 bucks.
but it's so many
This is
kids.
this is Joe's Valley, Caroline,
Yeah. No.
sorry, just want to make sure.
Sorry, I transitioned to the Gooseberry
Sorry, yeah.
third grade.
We're jumping around.
No, that's okay.
The number of kids won't change.
500 kids.
They basically say, we're running with this number of kids, regardless if you get money or not. The difference is nothing. Like, so, I mean, they're like, well, how many kids did you fund last year? 500. How many fund this money? 500.
Yep.
Like,
Some of them, I think, I was confused on some of mine. I'm wondering if they're thinking they're gonna do 500 more kids.
I know, I felt like some
Cause I
people
had
might
a few, I had a
answer
few.
No, because they're running every kid in the county who gets a certain grade. They're not getting more
Okay.
kids.
Gotcha.
So I reviewed that one and I was one who was like, well, I don't know, it seems like they're gonna run the guts of the program.
Yeah.
They're gonna give the kids little backpacks if they come, we give them money. And I'm like,
It's really fun though, Jim. It's a cute program.
So
Sophia
Gary,
Bear
you
was
have a
there.
cute
It's very
program.
pragmatic. They're gonna run anyway.
Smokey Bear was
like,
there.
bring your
Oh.
bring your backpack.
No, I think it's totally fair. It doesn't.
Use it as
necessity.
I want to help that program out.
So last year we went above our limit. Are we available to do that this time?
You and your memory.
I mean, it's my memory of when are we gonna, how far down can we go? Cause we'd like, I mean, that would be the easy way to
Well,
go
that's
to
the point we were making earlier. is
Yeah.
If we fund the bulk of that upper tier of the middle section, then we only have $8,000 to work with.
Right.
So what can we do with $8,000? Or can we increase our ceiling by a little bit to accommodate a few more programs?
Bump it up so we don't.
75 or something like that, if there's the one program.
But the bump from like 250 to 500,000 was like the kind of in
Yeah.
response to all that we saw last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah,
I remember that.
that's what we did. So I mean, the answer, Jeff, is if there was a very compelling case for us to take one or two more that were above the 500,000, we could consider that, but
They're kids,
overall-
dang it.
I know, Jody.
know, yeah.
Compelling answer.
I love the little suckers and I love what these organizations are doing for them.
Where's the kids?
Well, to jump on Jeff's bandwagon, so Caroline was right, I did review it, but I had it listed under, Get Outside Utah, not the other name. But I did want to say, and I know Jeff uses too, that one of the two neat things they did is that they tied it to academic success. They also use a really great measurement for pre-test, post-test.
Yeah.
And they have a solid plan for inclusion, which I thought was great, and a ton of great partnership. So they did some really, and I also recommended another grant for them, the Leave a Trace Research Grant, because that would be fit really nicely with that for them to apply,
Yeah.
should they not be awarded. But it was a great one, and I probably scored high. I just didn't. I had a
We did,
different-
yeah.
Are you talking about Gooseberry?
No, sorry, I changed gears here. No,
Color Country.
well, Get Outside Utah, Color County.
Yeah.
And their budget numbers did match.
What?
They're-
Somebody passed the budget test?
Yeah, they did pass the
Under
budget.
Jeff's watch? I cannot
I think
believe
by
it.
default, it has to be
Wait, I'm
awarded.
sorry. I'm sorry. Just hold on a minute. Did
Oh,
you say
yeah,
that
approved
someone
budget.
passed the budget test?
They
Yeah.
did. Yeah. Jeff approved one.
I'm looking out the window. I'm looking for some pigs flying. I don't understand how this is possible, Jeff.
That's what I'm
Like,
saying.
Okay, well, I think there's probably some more discussions to be had, especially in that sort of low middle area. But this might also be a good time to lock a few in.
Yeah, I think so too.
If somebody wants to make a motion along those lines, I would be open to it, and that way we can.
I want to make a motion.
All right, Terry, what is your motion?
I want to make a motion that we accept the reconnecting pilot use.
Yeah, I'll second that.
I really would like to see money go down south.
Okay.
That was ranked as a #1 on my list as well.
Okay, so the motion is that we add reconnecting Paiute youth to ancestral homelands onto our list of those that we are recommending. Is there a second?
I second.
Yep.
Seconded by Jeff. And so any discussion to that? I think it's great. I love it. And so therefore, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And are there any opposed? Okay, well, that passes unanimously. We will add that one onto our list. The first one below average that, no, second one below average that hit the list, so. Okay. Any other singles or even groups? I kind of like that from 23.53 score down to that first 22 or second 22.75. None of them got any lows, and they're all pretty high up there in terms of, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Promise, South Salt Lake, Summer Youth Adventure Programs, Youth with Disabilities, Healthy Communities Scholarship.
West Side Collaborative.
On West Side Collaborative, yeah. So that might be a good one.
Was that everything above the avalanche?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, that's, okay, yeah.
So like if we were to compare Color Country's application with Tracy Aviary's application, I would almost say that Color Country would have a higher benefit
Okay,
and be
that's
more worthy of funding.
a good observation.
And we seem to have high recommendations for the Summer Youth Adventure and the Healthy Communities. It seemed like those two,
Yeah,
there
so,
was a lot of support for those. Maybe we could vote on those two.
well, yeah, to clarify, the Tracy Aviary one did receive a low, so it wouldn't be in the grouping that I sort of.
Oh, I got you, right.
Okay.
So it would actually be those, there's only 3 of them?
Three.
Oh, you're just wanting.
So
them to
I'm
receive
just
a
saying
low.
that might be a good break.
Yeah, I'll.
Those 3.
I'll make a motion that we vote to approve the Promise South Salt Lake After School Program, the Summer Youth Adventure Programs for Youth with Disabilities, and Healthy Communities and Scholarship.
Okay, that's in order.
So those are just the 3.
Those
I'll
3,
second that.
okay. There any seconds to that?
Yes, I will second that.
Okay,
Let's give Ryan the second.
Let's get Ryan.
everybody second that.
All right, so any discussion on that? All right, if not, then we'll go ahead and vote on it. All of those in favor of taking those 3 and putting them on the list, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Looks like no, so that passes unanimously. So those 3 are added to the list. Promise.
And the total is?
Yeah, let's see what
Yeah, where we
with
at?
that. That's a good check.
Let's just let it keep growing. We can keep doing this.
Like, it's like the price is right. Like, we can't go over, gotta go, you know.
Yep, closest
Gotta
guess.
get it just right. If
Without
you
going over.
go over, you lose it all.
So.
No,
should bring
we
a
go
wheel.
over by just a little bit.
We should put
Just
a
a
wheel
little
of
bit.
fortune in here and put
Or buzzers, we could do buzzers. I
things
guess
on
that
Oh,
would-
yes.
You have everybody down to that
And thank you,
second
Patrick, for
22.75.
making this so
Yep,
exciting.
exactly,
Except
except
for the top
for the top one, correct. Yep.
Okay, so now, so that we were just essentially adding 4 to the previous voted on list, right? So
Correct.
according to the other
Yep.
view I had given you, we were taking off some.
4 counting Paiute. Yes.
So. Is that right?
You count the 432.
400.
So I have just the Tracy Aviary's left off so far.
Yeah,
the-
from
Yep.
there up.
And I can
Uh,
kind of
so-
show, I guess I'll share this tab
What do you
instead.
have, Brian?
So
417?
these
I didn't have-
purple,
Okay.
these were all of the below average that we discussed. The red are the ones that we had initially pulled. So this was the Outward Bound, this was the all-inclusive outdoor learning from Mountainside, and then we have Campy down here. The purple was that group, and then these 4 were the ones that I just pulled over. Oh, I guess this is, I forgot to add this one, so Caroline.
Yeah, Utah Avalanche, Paiute.
So you want, okay,
5 below average and then.
so Caroline, I bet it's probably more in line with what you have.
What? For the
Check
fifth
for,
time?
check for Promise Salt Lake, because there's one that we were kind of, there's a couple we were looking at and then came back to.
Yeah.
Promise something was voted on.
Yeah, we already
Yeah, we
voted on
voted
that.
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
why I was saying, make sure it was there before the block, just make sure it was there.
Numbers, homicide,
It's the
3744. Yeah, we do have that 432, 545 is what we have currently?
What's our budget?
500.
Five.
You can kind of see the split here. Urban versus rural. Urban rural is a little more tricky with programming, you know, because you want to be where the youth are. I think as we think about outdoor recreation infrastructure, people go where they go. We want to support that.
Well, in some of the Washington County ones, while it's classified as an urban county, basically, some of the programs are not so much urban.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you get like Hilldale, places like that. That's not good.
But you can see the county breakdown on this end as well.
Do you know what the general breakdown of rural to urban looks like? And then if we compare not what we've chosen, but if we compared what we've chosen to what the demographics are, just as a state,
The Paiute ones.
like how much of our state is rural?
You're talking about population.
Compared-
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
population wise, to see if it's kind of
I mean,
in
Roughly
line.
80%.
Yeah, I mean, 80%, I guess, would be like, what about urban? Because the Wasatch Corridor, you know, so it's categorized,
Yeah.
there are 5 urban counties, which
Mhm.
is Utah, Salt Lake, Weber, Davis, and Washington. The rest are all rural.
Okay,
Although Cass should probably be considered urban.
They're on the precipice. I
But
mean,
yeah,
it's
it will
close,
be sooner or later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
But it's currently still listed as a.
Okay.
rural.
And
so if we saw 80% urban, that would be in line with the demographics.
Yeah, I mean, I think our goal is generally to probably be erring a little closer to, like a 60-40, a 70-30. I don't think.
Yeah, overall in the applications, there are 24 rural and 34 urban.
So good markers to look at.
For sure. So with 432,000, that still leaves us with some room to work with. Basically, starting,
Well, there was a lot of support for the TFNU
Yeah, I was gonna
Children's
bring that
Trail
up.
Yep,
Education
yep.
Initiative,
I don't
right?
know how Amanda felt about that since we discussed a little more ago, or just her and I reviewed those.
mhm.
But I'm in favor of re-looking at that if you have the funds, if people are interested.
Well, I thought there was a lot of support for the one right below that too.
Yes.
The Jefferson Junior High. grant.
Mhm.
So I'd
Yeah.
actually be in favor of doing both.
And I was the middle ground or the lower on Jefferson, and I'd be okay to move up on that one. Making both of those a priority for me now.
So I'll make a motion that we now consider, and we will vote to approve the TNFU Children's Trail Education Initiative. And that would be 3753 and application 3767, expanding outdoor opportunities for Jefferson Junior High School.
I'll second that.
Okay, Jeff, thank you. Katie has a second. Any discussion on adding those two? Okay, not, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of moving Trails Foundation of Northern Utah and Jefferson Junior High to the list? say
Wait,
aye.
did
Oh.
Amanda? Oh, Amanda,
Yeah,
you
I
were
just-
going to say something.
Yeah, the only discussion point that I just want to say is thank you, because I think the folks in the room, you guys, we can kind of hear some stuff online, but I just wanted to say thank you for pulling that one up and discussing it. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, then all in favor, say aye. Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, that rules, that passes unanimously. We'll move them on.
And now we need to see
Let's see
where we're at money
where
wise.
the Wheel of Fortune is now.
462.
462.
Oh, buckets of money.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I hate to say things because I say a lot of things, but I was just looking at this list. And the last few that we've done are central to northern Utah. But if you look under our threshold line, like Joe's Valley, and we have Grand County, then we're pushing a little farther south, which might be really nice to push some money down that direction. If those seem okay, but I'm just thinking geographically, where we've put a lot of money compared to, maybe southern Utah might be.
Yeah, and I made that comment earlier, that the Color Country application and the CFI summer camps, also the 2025 Equal Opportunity Youth Programs in southeastern Utah, those are all southeast counties.
Yeah, those three, I was like, oh, man, if we could fund those three. You know, if people thought that they were reasonable to fund.
Yeah, I would be willing to, like, so we revisited, you know, to get up on the Color County. As well, that's where that high density things about that.
So there are,
Colorado County only had 2 scores, so just noting that they don't have any low scores and they only have,
It's true.
Yep.
only 2 people are able to look at it.
Again, they tied to the academic piece, they had a great protest, great conclusion model, partners. And in conjunction with what, you know, Terry said, definitely willing to support and revisit that one.
so do we want to have a motion on those 3?
So before we do, let me bring up one other point. The Joes Valley one is Emery County, which is,
Yeah, those are the 3.
oh yeah, but then, so, you know, that's the only one from there, but there's also, you kind of talked a little bit about the Gooseberry one. That's Sevier County, and that's the only one from there as well.
Yep.
So just to,
So there's 4 of them kind of we're talking about, right? So there's the Gooseberry one, the
Yeah.
Color Country one, Joe's Valley, and then the Field Institute, Colorado.
So
Institute one.
with Color Country, in my notes, there are some downsides to their application. They are limiting their recruitment to the USU Extension, 4-H and FFA. So it's more agricultural youth instead of a broader base of youth that would live in the county. Maybe all the kids in those counties do participate in those clubs, but it seemed like there was some kind of unusual reliance on the agricultural community to recruit their clients. Their EKO initiative response was not very good. And they did not have a very clear map for sustainability.
Well, they've been operating for 17 years.
Yeah, but in their answer, that just didn't come out,
They
right?
should say that.
Yeah, that's, their success evaluation strategy seemed like that was good. Their data collection seemed to be pretty good. And they had a good safety plan.
One
And they
thing
had-
I think that drives their narrower recruitment pool is insurance. They did state that
Is what?
the kids get their
Insurance.
insurance through 4-H and USU
Oh.
Extension.
Okay.
So that's how they're covering their risk management part of it. And
You
then
have to, yeah.
without that,
It'd be
their costs
difficult.
would probably go up significantly. So anyway, I think that's a
Yeah,
good
I mean, that,
Could be a large group of folks from those kids that are doing FFA or.
Absolutely, absolutely.
down there, yeah.
I think the fact that it is those doesn't matter too much. It's worth looking at, but I think that's one of the reasons why.
And I'm not familiar with this program. What did they do?
It's a summer camp. They
Full
go up the
summer camp.
mountains and they teach them all kinds of stuff about the basics and some ecology. It's also an effort to pipeline them into natural resources careers.
It's some good science stuff in there too. Like,
Really
it's
good
not-
STEM stuff,
Yeah, it's a good program.
Yep. A lot of wildlife. The Division of Wildlife Resources has biologists up there teaching them all kinds of good stuff about it.
It's tied to the extension portion of the school.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't score
That's really
higher.
cool.
I've been familiar with this program for a really long time, and
like
it's awesome.
can you guys show the screen of the application? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I have it above the other.
Thanks.
one. Don't have it for you guys. My bad. For the application itself or this chart?
Yeah, just that, what you guys were, yep, that would be great.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
We were just looking at
so
the color
we-
country one right here.
Yeah, Color Country, we've just been sort of orbiting around these 4.
So
Yeah, so if I could just, similar to what we said before about folks knowing about programs, so Color Country Resource Camp, I would definitely advocate for this one. You know, the Paiute youth camps talked about traditional ecological knowledge and connecting youth to the land. This Color Country Camp, it's obviously more of a Western, you know, working with the scientists, but it does blend those high school kids. So when we talk about continuums of outdoor education camps, this one is super critical. Honestly, a couple of youth that participated last year are now asking to come design as volunteers or high school interns. So I think when we talk about Washington County and Iron County and some of the programs that are kind of a continuum, if that makes sense, this is a really unique opportunity to really engage high school students in a very intentional way. It's not a huge program. It's not hundreds of kids, but they put a lot of effort into it with the agencies, Forest Service. Yeah, so.
I'd be ready to motion to push this one forward unless we want to try to get a block in.
I think we're down to one at a time.
One at a time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
then I'll motion to pass this one.
The Color
For the
Country.
Fun Color Country.
Okay, so the motion is to pass on Color Country onto our list, second by Eddie, and any discussion to that? Okay, if not, then we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of moving the Color Country Summer Camp 1 onto the list, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes unanimously. It is on.
I'm gonna say, Jeff, you were the lead for Canyonlands Field Institute, but I reviewed that one too. That's a big organization that serves, and this program is mostly serving Grand County and San Juan County kids through scholarships. That program, I mean, the institute itself has been around forever.
Right.
Highly credible.
Yeah.
They're buying a lot of gear, which you would think would increase sustainability. Like they're buying tents and stuff.
Well, they've got good marks, you know, they've got a high and 2 mediums.
Yep. A lot of target audiences that are really worthwhile, indigenous, low income.
And it's nice you.
Yep.
Yeah, I felt like it would be a good investment for this funding mechanism.
Yeah.
That was kind of my opinion.
Yeah.
Only asking for 11,000 too. It's not the threshold. There's the bargain.
Yeah. Sounds like we're ready for a motion.
What is this one, what is the Canyonlands one funding program?
It's basically summer camps for Grand County and San Juan County youth to attend some of their summer programs. Do all kinds of,
Southern Utah.
yeah, Southern Utah, and they talk, about all these tourists coming here, but the local kids don't get to go out and do these outdoor stuff,
Do you use for scholarships or what's the?
Mostly for equipment, but some of it's for scholarships, I think. There was some gear they were buying. I think the programs they're running are.
They had-
Outside boats,
Sustainable
tents.
from what you're.
I thought it was
What
very
you're saying.
sustainable. They're doing salaries, boats, tents. They're trying to scale really is what they're trying to do. It looks like they're trying to become bigger.
So net gain of children affected then.
Yeah.
And offer better services at lower cost to Grand County and San Juan.
That's a secret message.
They had
Service at lower cost.
they had a small budget error, but it was just,
Yeah, who doesn't know? Let's be really, who doesn't have any errors? I mean, it was small, right?
this was a small budget error. They were only off by like
Send him on the grad
$400.
Jeff, what are you doing next year this time?
For all week. They're in St. George
Our
today.
staff is coming back today.
Can we have Jeff score all of the budgets so that everyone gets a fair shot?
There we go.
Consistent.
Yeah, it's consistent. Jeff looked at
Sure.
all of them.
It's not a bad idea.
That's not a bad idea. You
Everyone
score.
can score every application, there's just one section.
You score.
Except for the budget.
All right.
They had a good detailed description of their plan. The way they described the needs of their youth was a little different, but it was interesting to read through that. They are currently serving 90 and they hope to serve 90, so no increase. Whether that's relevant or not. The fee answer was a little vague. It sounds like they're assessing fees, but discounts are offered to the low-income families from the 2 counties. They really went over the top on their stewardship, which is great, because that's a big part of what they teach. They had no wait list. Their ratio was a little high, 1 to 12. And their EKO response was over the top, but it seemed to miss some of the specific items in the initiative.
Did they ever say if they're trying to expand or if they're replacing gear?
I don't have that in my notes. I could pull that up. I have their narrative probably nearby. Let's see what page.
Carolina, is this one of those where they took kids down the river?
No, that was the Ancient Waves in partnership with a different one last year, but
So their program description,
wait, maybe you're right, Tara. Youth program, Youth River Skills, is a 3-day, 2-night rafting camp on the Colorado for 12 to 15-year-olds. So we did fund a different river trip last year, but I don't think it was through CFI.
There are 4 programs for 5 age groups featuring age-appropriate lessons about natural science, which are designed to make learning fun.
To me, this one's a little bit like Stokes Nature Center. There are several applicants that are
Yes.
partners with them and they go and so to pass them over, to pass over CFI would be like a little negligent. So
We did have, to that point, Jason,
So
I
they-
think there was another elementary school hoping to take a field trip to CFI. So this kind of kills
Yep.
2 birds with 1 stone
Yep.
and potentially they
And-
could.
yeah, I think you're right.
So they divide their activities up to age groups and make the curriculum appropriate, and they're more intensive as the age group is older. So they have Adventure Day Camp, they have Explorer Base Camp, they have the Youth River Skills, which is a 3-day, 2-night rafting down the Colorado River, and then they have the Youth Garden Program. Yeah, so yeah, it's a pretty diverse program. And covering all those different age groups, that's hard to do. You know, a lot of these programs have said, yeah, we do K through whatever, but they don't break it down because the age makes a big difference. But these guys do that. So yeah, I think their program description is very well outlined. And they've run the program for 13 years. And they partner with the Friends of Arches, which is another applicant. And I reviewed them.
We have a good case here.
I'd say I'd make a motion that we move this one forward.
Okay. Motion is to move forward with the CFI summer camps number 3794. Canine Skills Institute onto our list to recommend. Is there a second? Second by Jim. Any discussion on it? Okay, plenty of that. And so let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? None. That pass unanimously and we can move it on. Another
Are we at
11.
488?
Another 11,000. Yep.
Just to like speak in favor, I mean, I don't want to speak in favor of any of these. It's like, I'm a neutral facilitator, but Canyons Field Institute, like I've got to tour that with Carla, their executive director, founder, like such an amazing program.
Yes.
Just like I really just, I got to see the program in action too when I was down there. It's just phenomenal what they do. So if you have an opportunity to go down into Professor Valley, kind of where they're at, it's really an amazing program.
Awesome.
So it looks like we have funding for another roughly $15,000 program, right?
One more.
11,454.
And then Jason has to find the couple thousand.
54.
Make a motion to add 50 grand again.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, we've talked about a few of these and they've been really good merits to all of these, frankly, but
Is there anything, I mean, this is our kind of last one, is there anything geographically, politically, kind of we need,
well, I think that the Gooseberry 3rd grade one is Sevier County and that checked both those boxes.
And Joe's Valley would kind of fit into that too, right?
Joe's Valley could definitely, especially the geographic one, but Sevier County right now, we're always looking for ways to make sure that
I mean,
relationship
I
is
did
strong.
like the Sevier County one, I wasn't sure how this $8,000.
That's fair.
You asked correctly.
So, and
That's an important.
Let's look at the budget.
considering the fact that we did Joe's Valley last year and it is, I mean, Joe's Valley, the festival's been a success for years now. And there aren't a ton of climbing opportunities or climbing related opportunities down there in that area. I think this is one that we may want to have a little bit more discussion on.
Yeah, I reviewed this one. I'm a climber, so I was advocating for it. I just wasn't really impressed with the application. At first, I didn't read clearly like how they're using. It looked like almost everything's going to wages, and I read further, and it eventually said that they're trying to use that to offset the cost. And then they charge $25 per camper, which is a great deal. So that was kind of a feather in their cap, I thought. This was the only ones they really didn't speak to the program schedule very well. It was pretty limited. And they didn't even mention the bus race. I think it would be a nice tie-in, I mean, especially for climbing. That was my, again, I was torn because I really want to support them, but from an application standpoint, unless others know more information, their assessment or evaluation wasn't great. It mentioned some awesome things: confidence, self-efficacy, physical outcomes, but no ways to measure all those. But I mean, yes, is it probably doing it? Sure. But again, it goes back to the evaluation, but I'm trying to have like a hat on from somebody in academia, but think how could a program effectively do this? So then I also mentioned, here's some good metrics you can use that are aligned with your mission and vision that are doable and attainable, and you can use those to kind of speak to what happened. And they talked about, they did later mention leave trace, not the beginning, but again, no way to evaluate it. So,
Yeah, that's right. And another point of just context here, and Jeff spoke to the National Ability Center early on, adaptive recreation for children with disabilities. That one scored higher than a few that we've approved. So I'm just wondering if there's anything that would keep us from making sure they stay on the list. I don't want that one to get passed by inadvertently.
So we did not fund the National Ability Center?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, man, I'd still say the Tracy Aviary one, which is, I mean, we intentionally, I guess, not funded it. And I just went back and reread it again. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where this place is, like Jeff was saying, that they're going to do some of these things, but I read it. I'm like, I think it's a strong application, actually.
You know, just to kind of go along with that, there's also been some trouble on the river lately, just with populations of people down there, making it a little less safe, and having more people frequent there and having a reason to go there and having a reason to be around has created some of these safer zones on the river around the Tracy Aviary, which I think is something to be spoken for the safety of the community.
And having dealt with Jordan River issues for a long time, I know how it works. If you put attention in one area and improve the public safety aspect and get rid of some of the criminal element, then it just goes north or it goes south. So that being said, with the efforts in place now for Fair Park redevelopment, reinvigorating that area, this is just south of there. So to have a little bit of a tandem effort to kind of make sure maybe we can balloon it to places that are not on the Jordan River.
This
always a
area
constant battle.
used to be where I'll just call them perverts, would hang out. This was a very dangerous part of the Jordan River. And if you went north and south, there were a lot of wooded areas, vegetated areas where I used to go in and find these camps and get them evicted.
We're not funding a pervert camp.
I know. I'm just saying,
That is not on the list.
the use in this area, because of the Tracy Aviary classroom, there is improved use in an area that has been a bee's nest of homeless and perverted people. I mean, the stuff I've seen in that section of the river over the years is terrible.
Yeah, there's a number of really problematic public safety criminal elements happening all over the Jordan River. That's a bad one, but I think overall, the more attention like this that we put in areas, that's what I'm talking about. When I say it will push some of that criminal stuff out of there, hopefully off of the Jordan River and into some of the services where, there's things in place to help people that are struggling with
There used to be an employment service right there too. And so a lot of people would camp and then go get jobs and then come back and camp.
The Men's Resource Center is right there on the other side of the block. So I mean, it will always be a problem, but I think putting more effort in is better than saying, well, there's a lot of
They're saying too,
criminals
that
that are stuff.
application that the kids like the kids from Curly Man stuff and how they want to, they want to do more outdoor stuff as a result of kind of these introductory experiences. They get curious about setting up a tent and other things.
We have Amanda and Ryan both with hands up.
Let's hear it.
Amanda, you go
Yeah,
first.
so, yeah, Caroline, I know that these folks applied last year. You said they did pretty good with the reporting and implementation.
Tracy Aviary?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good opportunity. I know last year when they applied, there was very similar concerns, but I think the fact that they were able to follow through and the reporting, so that to me is super critical when we talk about these types of opportunities and capacity. So yeah, I appreciate the discussion in the room, but also the opportunity to just advocate for how they followed through with you, Caroline. Yeah.
Yep. And that area is getting more development. I mean, it's not just a little trailer anymore. They've got an observation tower and under construction or completed, and
we funded a lot. It was $500,000 guest house for a lot of the
I reviewed this one too, and I shared earlier, but my two concerns were, you know, the math didn't add up for their total program costs, which wasn't the big concern. But the other one was I thought they had funding still available from previous applications, which you share, they have 18 months to spend. So because of that, I scored them as a medium, not because of the program itself, which was a high. So if that's negated, I am in favor of this one as well.
Should we motion to push this one in?
Should we?
I'd like to.
Okay.
Do we have any-
Have any
or-
questions to say about
What I
what
just
asked
heard
me?
is that I'd like to make a motion. Katie. to
Do we have
pursue-
enough funds to make it through?
Yeah,
It would put us just over, right?
it would put us just over. Yep. So that is the motion. Is there a second to that motion? A second by Jim. And what now, any discussion? Okay. If there's not, then we'll go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of moving the Tracy Aviary Westside Collaborative for Outdoor Learning and Art onto our list of those to recommend, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, so that one passes unanimously and we'll move it on the list. That was a good catch. But worth deliberating over a little bit more, worth kind of holding off on, but I think overall, compared to these others, it probably does, it does meet the criteria for being in the club. So with that,
It's pretty darn close.
we're at 5:03 and I think we can
live with that.
We can live with that. We can come up with another 300 and
Come on my paycheck, right? Take it out.
2,500
I'm glad it's not mine.
overtime and donate it, but yeah.
And where'd we land with NAC? Can we check in on
Yeah,
that
and
one?
NAC
We
is-
chatted for a second.
Has not been,
Okay.
not on the list. So along with a couple of the others, I felt like were really pretty good candidates, but I mean, here we are. This is really hard to turn any of these away, quite honestly, but
Can I ask a question, general, for the group? There's been discussion about like schools that are just wanting field trips funded. What can a school do that would make it a stronger application besides just sending them somewhere for a field trip? Do you want to see like curriculum throughout the year? Is it long-term partnerships with organizations to do continuous field trips? Kind of just feedback for some of our schools.
We made a lot of decisions based on the population served. Like people who maybe don't have it in their backyard to go to and need help getting there. I just noticed we made a few decisions
South
that
Salt
way.
Lake. being an example.
South Salt Lake was an example, and then
Jefferson Elementary.
Jefferson
is
is
another
another
one where
Okay.
kids from Courage probably don't go up to Solitude to go swimming.
Yeah, I think there was like a Liberty Elementary kind of in that same, maybe less affluent neighborhood that scored rather low. They were just doing a field trip to CFI, so just wondered kind of
I
how.
think that's, to me, that's the distinction is are they doing stuff that you think is going to impact the youth beyond kind of what we would think of as a traditional.
Just a one-time
you know,
trip.
we even talked about the South Salt Lake having the potential to recognize the WIC benefit at Thanksgiving
Yeah.
point. Like we were looking for partnerships and collaborations that either made the trip more impactful than it ever would be. Same thing, we didn't talk a lot about this, but the Friends of Bear River Bird Refuge, theirs was talking about how basically all we need to do is to get these kids to go on a couple of field trips to realize that they can make it to national parks. That one was around, I have to look at it again, but it was around Golden Spike.
And so things that could be repeatable on their own without.
Where they need
making
a
massive
push to do it the
effort.
first time.
to
They
get
need a push to do it the first time.
kind of like a gateway,
Yeah,
like a launching pad to something else.
and where they might be able to teach their family how to do it if their family comes as a chaperone, things like that. It's gonna.
Yeah,
Expand. Are those still up from last time?
I think there's a muted.
Right.
Oh, no.
Anything from either of you, Amanda, Ryan, or James?
I was just gonna say, I have computer problems. I was gonna say with Cache Valley, I thought we were interested in the Stokes because multiple had applied for Stokes versus the elementary schools themselves. So maybe working with the place that they're going to do the field trips and have that place be the applicant.
great.
And a lot could be said for other nature centers that draw school classrooms to their site. If we could fund the center, then they could have those
Yeah.
multiple schools funded to come.
You could also open it up to multiple letters of support for something like that. Where, or at least say how many schools for that one facility are you going to partner with this year?
Mm-hmm.
Might make sense to see how many kids we're impacting that way.
Okay. Try and connect teachers with those practitioners to begin with. Okay.
And I think it would be good to have some kind of a curriculum that prepares them. So if they're going to go to the Bear River Refuge, then it'd be nice if they had at least 1 or 2 classroom hours talking about the history of the refuge and then the natural history of the refuge, so that when they go, they
You'll
see
be
what they've
excited
been
about
learning.
our new Every Kid Outdoors initiative then, Jack. It's
Yeah,
exactly what we're planning to do.
I like to see measurable objectives, right?
Yeah.
Measurable outcomes, like what is it they hope to accomplish, tied to curriculum, something else, or legal, whatever it may be, like.
Height standards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then-
I think, yes, so 3 pieces. I think looking at the ones that did get approved, there are some field trips and program summaries that had some of maybe the higher scale or higher levels. I think based upon the discussion, the second point is when it's buying equipment, and kind of really using the grant for that seed money to facilitate the implementation. And then the third piece, I think what I like to see is the continuum. Folks have talked about how these opportunities lead to development within students or other programming or other opportunities. So the other thing that I like to see streamlined is a lot of education can get fee waivers for parks or public land sites, et cetera. So sometimes working within that space with your partner, to me, shows that you're committed to do that work, right? So I think those are just some different pieces and parts. I know that the Utah State Environmental Education is getting kind of back and running, if that makes sense. I know they just had their conference. So it might be, Caroline, where maybe we look at education and environmental education and how do we maybe connect those pieces. We've been looking at doing more teacher workshops around outdoor classroom type of facilitation. So those are just some feedback from my perspective.
Thanks so much, Med. I actually attended that UC conference and met some of your colleagues from Zion, and it was a great presentation. And we're working, Tara and I are working on this new initiative of the Every Kid Outdoors and really revamping that program. And a big, part of that will be working with schools. And I want them to be able to apply for UCORE in the future to do some of these really cool programs that are already happening. And just not sure, and now I'm sure, like how I can help guide them into that process of applying, not for just a one-off field trip, but a more developed plan for education. So
If you look at his friend.
The last thing I'll just add to that is 4th grade programs. Our Every Kid, Outdoors, like when you think about what they can get, we facilitate them getting their passes for their families. So that's also something to think about, of maybe a target age group, pending what the accomplishments or the goals of the grant are.
And that you can look at this Friends of Bear River as, I thought it was a really good example because they talked about that. They talked about taking their 4th graders out, 850 4th graders on field trips. And some of their students they recognized made it all the way through elementary school without ever having an outdoor field trip. And this was a large number from Title I schools. So like as they hit those marks, when I read through it and I was like, this is a high priority, those are some of the things that other people could highlight if they're doing.
awesome. Yeah, thanks for that feedback. That's super helpful because I really hope that we can have more schools take advantage, as Terry's trying to develop PE, to have more outdoor recreation involved. And this is good guidance of how to help them in the application process.
This group even did a pilot where they set smaller numbers last year and now they want to build it up. Amazing. So they really put a lot of effort into it as far as the school goes.
With schools, if they wanted to score more points on their application, if they could show in the narrative that the age group that they're taking on a field trip, what they're going to be exposing them to and teaching them is actually tied to a core standard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole gist of
We do that
UC.
at the refuge.
Yeah, and that's something, I was one of the first people in Utah trained for the UC certificate.
Okay.
And so tying your messaging to the core standards is absolutely critical.
It is, yeah.
That's
And
critical
especially to
from
get-
our point of view.
To get support of, the districts, and
like-
yeah, you have to.
Well, and to even, if teachers want to write these grants, to get support from their administrators, They
has to
need
be
to
tied to core.
tie those things.
That's right, because anything done that doesn't match to a core standard is wasted time in the calendar,
Yes.
because they have to teach to the standards and they only have so many days a year.
And if you tie it to inclusive practices, which includes, you know, disability, race, and everything else. Administration gets behind teachers who have those types of projects.
Great. Then I'll just say finally, like if anyone has curriculum that they're aware of or that's been developed, please send it our way because we're kind of trying to create a hub that teachers could take to the classroom to maybe prep for something. So Joan, that Bear River Refuge would be awesome.
And Caroline, put an action item like for you and I to get together because we're
Yeah.
pulling some educators from SUU and like different county to try to do like basically a teacher workshop to teach teachers about getting kids outdoors. So let's maybe connect about that. That's what I put that on our work plan, and we've got some funding from Zion Forever to implement that this fiscal year. So
Yeah. Okay. I'll reach out to you. That's awesome.
The other thing that you should know is UEN is like the hub, and it's called the UEN hub, but it's got lesson plans there.
Yeah.
And that's where most teachers go to get a lot of lesson plans. If they're going to go anywhere other than their specific websites, UEN has been gathering hundreds of lesson plans, thousands of lesson plans.
They have field trip plans on there?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
I bet you could have AI generate you field trip plan for
Right?
anything now, because I remember one talking to environmental educator once, and he said, we never need to write another piece of curriculum ever. Like there's
true.
so much
Yeah.
environmental ed curriculum written across the states and districts that AI can pull that together.
Yeah.
You can just
We
pull
were
it
gonna
and say,
start,
I
we
need
were
a
like,
curriculum
no,
for this.
everybody's doing it already.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean, if that gets us all to the best programs possible and everyone can do them, that's amazing.
totally.
This has been super helpful.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Thank
thank you for that input. I think we're there. I think we're ready.
So when does the commission meet to review our recommendations?
We don't have that scheduled, do we?
We're sending out just like calendars, to see when people can meet, but I think I suggested the first week of December various times. So once that's approved, then we send it off to Joel, to Ferry, DNR director to get final approval, and then hopefully mid-December, we'll get these things out.
It's exciting though.
Yeah, it's like saying Merry Christmas.
Honestly, it really is. I can't say it enough. I love this grant. I love the expertise that's in the room, to be able to just really drill down your areas of expertise and the experience that you all have is so invaluable to this process. I feel really confident I will be able to do here. I'll be able to fund all of them, but I think this is going to put so much good work on the ground. So thank you again.
Thank you for
Yeah.
doubling the budget
Yeah.
from last year.
Worth it. It's absolutely worth it. So
Well done,
Yes,
sir.
supporting all these
Thank
cool
you.
programs.
we'll
That's
take
great.
one final motion. Don't feel like you have to go anywhere, but
I could hang out here all the
I know that we call it a day and pat ourselves on the back for good work.
okay. Motion to adjourn.
Well, it was good. Another agreeable committee meeting, right? There was no,
No one's feelings are
Nobody's
hurt
feelings.
too bad.
no.
Is that what happened last year?
No.
The second motion, Katie seconds the motion. All right, I think that closes us out online, folks. So
Bye,
thank you
Amanda.
so
Bye.
much.
Thank
Good
you,
to see
James.
you all. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so
thanks,
much.
everyone. Take care.
Yeah, we'll see ya.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
And DNR folks, are we good to close out things here? Do you need anything else?
Take this paper because I made notes on the back.
You make notes on Amanda,
Otherwise we can
listen.
listen. I did, okay, it's just on one of them, we'll listen to it. One of them, I got it down and then I'm like, oh,
Yeah, it's good. I've done a couple of
Listen to
things.
the audio.
Which one it was?
When we just, 22 and higher. So like if we look at the 11.